the committee to present its report to the House in due course.
The second bill that was presented by the Minister of Justice was the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, which was also referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance for further examination, and members expected to present the report in due course.
And the last bill that was presented last week Friday was the Zambia Development Agency Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2022. It was read a second time and committed to the Committee of the Full House by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
After that, we had a resumption of debate in the Committee of Supply, where members of Parliament discussing the budget, and that was presented by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan. And of course, we had some quorum collapsed, as did not have a requisite number of members of Parliament, and business was suspended for about 5 minutes, and thereafter the House adjourned just about 11:31, and coming up next we expect business to resume. So we'll be looking at today's business in a short while. Stay tuned.
Time now to look at a business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today. We have two questions for oral answer: understanding order number 24, a presentation of a government bill, rather consideration of the government bill at the second reading stage, and of course resumption of the motion of supply, a motion that was moved by Finance Minister Dr. Stumbeko Musokoto.
Right, Mr. Chibuye Mukushi, North Member of Parliament, has directed his question to the Minister of Health. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to expand the mortuary capacity at Mukushi District Hospital. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, and if there are no such plans, why?
We expect Mr. Simuzingili of Gwembe constituency to ask the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to procure ambulances for the following health facilities in Gwembe District. That's Gwembe District Hospital, Munyumbwe Level 1 Hospital, and Chaboboma Mission Hospital. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and what the total cost of the ambulance is. So those are the two questions up for consideration, understanding order number 74.
And earlier stated, we have the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022, which is coming up for consideration at a second reading stage. And after this, we expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply, to continue rather considering the motion of supply, a motion of 30th September 2022. And just about now, Mr. Speaker's procession making way into the House. Stay tuned.
Honorable members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliament for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and effective a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our church. Amen. Honorable members, I've got an announcement to make. I wish to inform the House that the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises Development has been authorized to conduct a half-day workshop for all members of Parliament on the progress made in executing the Ministry's mandate of fostering the growth and development of cooperatives and small and medium enterprises. The workshop will be held on Thursday, 27th October 2022 from 8:30 hours to 12:30 hours in the amphitheater, Parliament buildings. Although the attendance is on a voluntary basis, honorable members are encouraged to attend this important program. Thank you. Honorable members, I've got a ruling to render. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Wednesday, 5th October 2022, when the House was considering the motion of supply, and Mr. K.A. Mukosa, Honorable Member of Parliament for Chinsali constituency, was on the floor. Mr. J. Chibuye, Member of Parliament for Ron constituency, raised the point of order. In his point of order, Mr. J. Chibuye, MP, asked whether Ambassador Ara Kalime, MP, was in order to insult him. In his immediate response to the point of order, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker reserved his ruling to a later date. I have since studied the point of order, now render my ruling. Honorable members, a review of the verbatim recording revealed that Mr. J. Chibuye MP, in raising his point of order, did not cite the relevant standing orders that had been breached by Ambassador Ara Kalime MP, as required by the Standing Orders 131.3. On this basis, the point of order is not admissible. I thank you. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, Eastern Province is known to be the a food basket which can supply the whole the whole country with food, like maize, our staple food. Uh, Mr. Speaker, myself, I'm also a product of a farmer. I'm also a product of a farmer, and I'm here in Parliament because of farming. Mr. Speaker, our farmers, they take 4 months to prepare for the farming season. Each season, it takes 4 months for them to prepare so that they can have good harvest. Mr. Speaker, this year, the farmers, they were, they were told to say, your cooperatives, they will only receive 3 packs per cooperative, which has got more than 40 farmers, Mr. Speaker. And these farmers, Mr. Speaker, um, they received that message on a gunpoint because those 3 packs, it's only 18 bags of fertilizer. Now you can imagine, out of 40 farmers, how are they going to share um, 18 bags? It's impossible. It's impossible, Mr. Speaker. And if it will be like that, which means next year, the good people of Petauke and Eastern at large, they will be, they are going to experience hunger. There will be hunger in Petauke and in Eastern Province because, when we are attacked with hunger, which means even a lot of people who die out of hunger, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know maybe I can ask you this question through a question, understanding Order 74, but the allocation has been given, and then the deadline, I'm sure, this week maybe they'll start receiving, and once they start receiving, which means there's nothing, there won't be any intervention. But the good people of Petauke, they're asking the Minister of Agriculture and Government to intervene to this matter, to prevent the hunger which can strike not just Eastern Province and Petauke, but Zambia at large. As you know that Eastern Province is the main supplier of our staple food, and Southern Province, there are many suppliers for our staple food across the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking if the good government and through the Minister of Agriculture, if they can intervene so that farmers, maybe next year, they can have another plan B. Because
Order.
as it is now,
Order.
without any plan B, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Member, order. I think this House has been guided in a number of times how you rise on this matter. When you rise, you state what you're rising for, and then you seek for guidance. There's no need to debate what you are trying to address yourself. Thank you, but the point has been taken. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you. To I wish to raise is the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I am in the constituency and I've been monitoring the the issue of farming inputs. And just yesterday, I went to our local storage shed. There is no single bag of fertilizer, and the farmers are concerned with this, Mr. Speaker. And this said on the floor of the House by the Vice President herself and the Minister of Agriculture that farming inputs will be delivered on time. Mr. May, and right to the fact the road in Cham is very, very bad. Our worry is that farming inputs will not be able to reach many parties because of the has been the farmers without adequate notice for on this because security very serious.
Honorable member, I think you are not audible enough. You are not audible enough, so we are making progress. The honorable member for Luwasenshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to the good people of Lubanseshi constituency. Just like my honorable member for Petauke talked about concerning the distribution of fertilizer across the country to our farmers seems to be a serious problem. Mr. Speaker, on Friday and Saturday, the good people of Lubanseshi constituency sent me to say, could you kindly ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture concerning this issue of fertilizer, because we don't want to lose lives. On the same Friday, Mr. Speaker, there was chaos. The CAC members, this is the camp agriculture committees, who have been alleged that these are the people who have not doing justice in terms of giving fertilizer to the respective members in those cooperatives. And the Chandamuamba village in particular, people rose in numbers, together with the people in Chifwile, trying to attack these CAC members. As I explained that they were alleged that these are the people who are not doing justice. Maybe they want to hide this fertilizer. Now, these members, CAC members, they are in fear together with their lives, their families. They are not at peace because of that allegation. Now, my question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. What urgent measures is he putting in place to ensure that these CAC members, DACOs, and other officers at this level who are in this problem, what measures is he putting in place to ensure that their lives is secured? And at the same time, we are aware that the president of this republic, Mr. Kainde Ichilema, is a recent president who is likely to intervene on this crisis on the distribution of fertilizer. Is he able to assure the nation that since there is this crisis, before the actual distribution of fertilizer can commence, the government can able to supply more fertilizer so that we can able to cure this problem? I seek your serious guidance on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chama South.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Chama has a challenge with the internet connectivity. That's the reason maybe Honorable Mtachalo was not audible. But clearly, his question is in line with the Honorable member for Lubansenshi. It's over the fertilizer. He indicated that there's no single bag that has arrived in Chama, and he wants to know when the people of Chama will start receiving fertilizer to avert possible starvation and death. Coming to my question, That was for Honorable Mtachalo.
Honorable member, I think you were, we didn't receive any instruction that you'd represent Honorable Mtacha. So I take it as that was your own. So you may take your seat, Honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence,
Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Order. All the matters raised are interrelated in a way. So I will ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture later on. Today is presenting his ministerial statement, and then I'm sure he has taken note of the questions. Those that have been raised, he will shed light after his ministerial statement to give the position of government. Thank you. Let's proceed. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to make a ministerial statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank you most sincerely, sir, for giving me this opportunity to update the House on the status of the 2022 agriculture marketing season by the Food Reserve Agency, specifically on white maize. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that the Food Reserve Agency commenced the crop purchase program in August 2022 and is expected to close all purchases for the season by 31st October 2022. Mr. Speaker, as at 13th October 2022, the agency had purchased a total of 287,408.60 metric tons of white maize, valued at 1.035 billion. Mr. Speaker, as at the 20th October 2022, the agency had sold a total of 500,359.88 metric tons of maize, valued at 2 billion, 1,439,526 for local and export markets. The local sales were mostly to millers, which accounted for 87% of all maize sales conducted. Mr. Speaker, using the proceeds from the sales of maize, the agency, as of 21st October 2022, had paid out a total of 698.14 million for maize, which accounted for 67% of the total of the 1.452 billion owed for all crops purchased. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to liquidating the outstanding 336.53 million for maize purchases across the country. Based on the current sales trend, the agency projects to raise the balance of funds to clear the farmers by the end of October 2022. Mr. Speaker, the agency continues to disburse funds to all districts for crop payments to farmers based on the proceeds realized from maize sales. Mr. Speaker, government is cognizant of the fact that the timely payments have a bearing on the farmer inputs for subsequent farming seasons. It is against this background that the government is giving this issue the attention it deserves. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, all the FRA outlets have got funds and we are paying farmers for all that they delivered. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Follow-up questions? The Honorable Member for
Twambashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you stated in your statement the maize that has been sold to the international buyers standing at 13%, because according to you, you said 87% is locally sold maize. Out of the 13% of the maize sale, will you be kind enough to explain to the Zambian people and this parliament how that sale was done? Was it private to FRA or was it government to government? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up until now, the government has not yet successfully conducted a government-to-government sale. The sales that we are talking about here are private between the FRA and individuals who take the maize outside. I thank you, sir.
The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member for Chama South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've indicated that the FRA as on the 13th October purchased 297,488.6 thousand metric tons. I want to find out if you are aware that some purchase depots such as the Chikwa in Chama South constituency. I also know in Malambo constituency where our provincial minister for Eastern Province is a member of parliament, and many others were advised by FRA that they first construct slabs, Madam Speaker. Only after they construct these slabs, that's when they were going to purchase the maize from the farmers. And at the point that the communities in those respective areas had completed constructing these slabs, FRA announced the closure of maize purchase exercise. Are you going back to ensure that the farmers who were told to hold on their maize are able to sell to FRA and probably be able to again buy seeds for the next coming farming season? Are you going to reopen those few depots, or it is gone the way you have closed? I submit, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like the honorable member to get clearly what I said. Mr. Speaker, I indicated in very clear terms that the agency is going to close purchases on the 31st of October 2022. Therefore, if there's any farmer who has maize, they are free to take to the depots so that FRA can procure the maize. I thank you.
There's a point of order. Honorable Member for Petaoke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's on Standing Order 65. Is the Honorable Member for Chama South in order for calling you Madam Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think that is maybe because you know what I would say is that in this seat we interchange. So as a human being, it's normal for him to make such a mistake. Though it's not in order. Because I am Mr. Speaker. And the only Mr. Speaker in this house. So I think for now, I think we excuse a bit of lenience. But repetition would be contemptuous because that will be intentional now. Thank you. The Honorable Minister
You were called upon? Yes. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, mine is just on the issue of the date that you have given as a target when you are going to finish paying. You said 31st. You said 31st October you are going to finish paying all the maize that has been bought by FRA. Now, I am looking at how realistic it's going to be because today is 25th, and we are just remaining with 6 days. And we do appreciate and commend the efforts that you have made in paying what you have paid so far. But I'm concerned that in an event that you do not meet, that you don't finish paying by 31st October, because you're making a commitment, we will come back here on 5th and start saying that you made a commitment here. So I want to ask, how realistic is this date that you have given, considering that you are saying that on 31st itself, that's when you are also going to stop buying? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I would repeat that our aim shall be to endeavor to pay farmers by the end of the month because the funds are available. In an event that we have got a few technical issues here and there, surely maybe another few days will do, but our aim is to work and conclude payments by the end of the month. That's our target, and we work towards it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Agriculture, for that ministerial statement.
Honorable Member, I think we still have a
Stated
challenge
that
there in Chama.
they enclose.
We have a challenge in Chama. Connectivity is a challenge. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to. It's not a follow-up question. The good people of Petauke, they've understood well, and thank you, Minister, for that statement. But you guided the Minister also to touch on the issue of the parks, Mr. Speaker. This is what the good people of Petauke also they're interested of a lot. Thank you, and they are listening. They are waiting for answers for the intervention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lubasenshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for the responses that you are providing to this Honorable House. My question is, since you have indicated that you are going to finish making payments to the farmers who supplied maize to FRA by the end of this month, could you kindly confirm to this Honorable House that the farmers who are intending to deposit the money for 2022-2023 rain season, they will be also wait until you pay them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, though I didn't even understand what you're saying, Honorable Member. What were you saying?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My question is that the minister has indicated that those who supplied maize to FRA, they will get their money by the end of this year, or this month rather. Now, could you kindly confirm to the farmers who's supposed to deposit the money, especially in Lubansesh constituency, whose money hasn't been paid, that even the date to deposit the money will be likely at the end of the month, so that they know if you know, as I have indicated, that by the end of this month, at the moment, they have no means on how they can deposit this money because you haven't paid them. Could you kindly confirm if the deposit of this money will also commence at the end of this month? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Wasenshi that I made it very clear that all the depots currently for FRA have money. And if there are farmers in our constituencies who are not yet paid, please let us ask them to go and collect their funds. It would be erroneous to start marrying the two. It would be a very, very dangerous precedent we would be putting in place to say that we marry the payment for the fertilizer input support program, the 400 kwacha, to the payments for maize. That would be almost instigating chaos. Mr. Speaker, if there are farmers who are unpaid, let them go and collect their money. The two should not be related in the manner the honorable member is putting it through. I thank you, sir.
Is a point of order. The honorable member for Chama South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful. I'll refer to our standing orders number 133, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation in Chama South, particularly in Chief Chifunda. For the past few months, including yesterday, you are aware of that area, Mr. Speaker. I'm very lucky. The boundary between Chief Magodi and Chief Chifunda has been under dispute for the past few months.
Honorable member, you are debating.
Yes,
this is a point of order. You state what has been breached other
yes.
than debating. So
yes, Mr. Speaker, a headman in that area from Chief Magodi has gone to demolish a school. As I speak to you, Honorable Speaker, pupils are not going to school. No wonder I've referred to standing order number 33 so that you have a discretion.
There's no need for you to debate. Just state and then.
Yes, this is what I'm stating so that you appreciate the background, since it's under your discretion, Honorable Speaker, sir. This boundary dispute has arisen because of Lunda's forest, Honorable Speaker, where this headman is selling land to people. As the result, he has demolished a school where this government deployed a teacher and went also to demolish the house for a newly recruited teacher because he would want to be giving that land, selling it to other settlers. So is the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs, for me to bring it on the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, it means I've engaged the provincial minister, we've been talking for the past 2 months, is in order to keep quiet because as I speak to you, I'm managing the people on the Chifunda side who are ready to go and confront that headman. And should they do that, I fear we might lose lives. Is it in order to keep quiet when his children at Kapembere primary school, which has been demolished by this single headman, are not going to school? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker.
That matter has not been committed on the floor of the House. And you wonder why you would raise a point of order in that manner. Honorable member, you know the rules very well. You've been here for a long time. Thank you. Let's proceed. I have For the minister? I didn't see you indicating. Oh, honorable member for Dudumwenzi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister, I've just received a text message from Dundumwezi who are indicating to me that they are worried because you elected to leave those who supplied soya beans and rice. Why is your statement not indicating as to when those who supplied soya beans to FRA will be paid? I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that very serious question. Mr. Speaker, the statement which I have issued this afternoon was as a result of a point of order, and I was directed to discuss maize. So I discussed specifically maize. But I should hasten say, Honorable, that the payments which are being given out by FRA include rice and soybeans. So please let them go and collect the money. I thank you. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if I can now proceed to review the issues which you asked me to talk about on the fertilizer.
No, you can go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I wish to state that I do share, Mr. Speaker, the concerns which have been raised in the House as regards the movement of fertilizer. As government, we are equally concerned, and I can assure you that we are doing everything possible, pushing, committing, and we're taking this as a project that the fertilizer should reach the intended depots on time. I also wish to take advantage, Mr. Speaker, to inform the House, and through the House, the nation, that the issue which was very contentious as regards the fertilizer movement, that is of farmers paying individually rather than collectively at a society. We resolved this, being a listening government, we resolved this, and now we have allowed that a collective position, just like I said, I think last week, can be made if you are making payments. You don't have to, on your own, go to the bank. As a group, you can do it as long as there is authentication that indeed you are the rightful farmers. We are busy making sure that we reduce the congestion where we've experienced congestion in terms of many farmers going to specific banks to register, to put in the 400. So, Mr. Speaker, like the Vice President said last Friday, the deliveries of fertilizer are well above 30%, and the increase is such that we should not have too much worry as Zambians that the fertilizer will not reach the intended depots. The fertilizer will reach the intended depots. And I wish to assure the country through the House that the fertilizer will be delivered and it will reach on time. So, Honorable Member for Petauke, Honorable Member for Wasenshi, and Honorable Member in Chama, and all the others, be rest assured. Chama, Mr. Speaker, is a very unique area. No transporter with the appropriate vehicle, like a 30-ton, has agreed to go to Chama. So what is happening is that fertilizer is going to be transshipped into smaller vehicles to go to Chama because of the poor roads that are there. However, we are still certain that the fertilizer will reach Chama on time. The quantities of fertilizer in Chama are not that significant. They will be delivered on time. So Honorable Mtachalo should be assured, Mr. Speaker, that all will be well. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank actually the Honorable Minister of Agriculture for that statement. On behalf of the people of Mfumbwe that I represent, they are very happy that indeed this year most of the farmers have been paid. This is what they were looking for, and they are very happy. Even when they were celebrating independence, you could see that they were smiling. However, there is one thing that they reported to me whilst I was there, that in the same way you have managed to pay the farmers, have you also extended that gesture to the people who transported the maize last year who have not been paid? Thank you. Maybe could you make a comment on that one?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the Honourable Member from Fumbwe for those kind words and factual position. I would like to assure the Honourable Member, sir, through you, that indeed FRA is paying all those who provided services to it, including transporters. I can confirm, for example, that just last week, I think absolutely, I can see one member has got figures. So yes, the answer is yes, sir. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to pose a question to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we commend you for the update you have given us. But Honorable Minister, you and many of us are rural MPs. We represent rural farmers. And therefore, they need to get clear message, especially this farming season. There's no way you can link the aspect of depositing money and the payments to the farmers. As you know, farmers make money once in a year. And it's from that money that they plan for the next farming season. It has always been like that. Now, when they were paying through cooperatives, they would help each other. Before, those that could have gotten money would help those that haven't, who could be waiting to receive their money and make deposits. Now you are saying each individual farmer should make their own deposits as individual farmers. When is the last day? Bearing in mind that even the 30th October would be slightly late for the farmers to receive their payments. When, how much time are you going to give the farmers to deposit their upfront for their FISIP inputs? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, a point of correction to Honorable for Shuangandu. I just gave a statement, Honorable, through the Speaker, that the farmers can now deposit as a collective. The issue of a farmer going to pay for the FISIP on their own has been corrected, and farmers can now put money together and go and deposit. That was, I think, the last thing I talked about. However, that does not mean that I should exclude your question. The farmers will be allowed to pay up to around the second week of November. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kantanshi. Honorable Member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's impressive that you won't have any questions of unpaid farmers next year. But out of interest, because you know this subject has been a very difficult subject, even when you became Minister of Agriculture, it was appearing, Vice President's question time, also questioning you when you pay the farmers. What have you done differently that has caused you to have money available to pay the farmers, as opposed to you referring to the Finance Minister in the case of last year, saying that you're waiting for the Treasury to release money? What has happened this time around? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Member for Kotashi, who is always on spot in his debates and discussions. Thank you, Honorable, for your positive attitude. I must say that the Minister of Finance has continuously allowed the Food Reserve Agency to sell maize in order to realize funds to pay farmers. That is the only secret that is there. And use the money prudently, properly, and with a watchful eye from all sides of the aisle in the chamber on the FRIA. Therefore, there is no strange behavior. They are just using the money prudently. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Muchinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I almost made a mistake to call you Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My question is very simple and well simplified. I just want the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to make it clear as to if it is true that the number of packs being issued to farmers has been reduced, because this is a source of concern and conflicts in the communities where we come from. We are really under fire from the community. Honorable Minister, please, can you clarify on this one? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Member for Chadiza for bringing up that very, very important issue.
For Mchinga.
For Mchinga, I'm sorry, Mr. Band, I'm sorry. Sir, the number of farmers that we are going to give the pack is exactly the same as we gave last year. 1,024,434. There is no change whatsoever. Therefore, anyone who comes and says that we have reduced the number of packs is in serious error and merely trying to misinform people. Mr. Speaker, the quantity of fertilizer being given out has not changed whatsoever. Therefore, there is no way we can sit here and say that there will be a reduction in productivity because we have reduced the quantity of fertilizer given. That is not true. And the honorable members have said this over and over and over again. We should take this and inform the people accordingly. What has changed? Just like the honorable member for Petauke was saying, we have given 3 people per cooperative and he multiplied 3 by 6 and said only 18 people. Honestly, how can that be logical? It's simply not possible. So the honorable member for Petauke is being misinformed. What you got last year in Petauke is what you are going to get this year. And our hope is that what you produced in Petauke is going to be exactly what you produce this year, if not better. So there is no change whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. And I would like the members to take that as a statement of fact. No changes in the quantity of fertilizer, no changes in the numbers of farmers. What has changed is to eliminate the civil servants. What has changed is to eliminate those who have gotten the fertilizer 10, 20, 10, 15 times. That is not correct. Let other people also get. And we are aware that these are the ones who are talking too much and insulting us too much because we have isolated them and set them aside so that other people can get fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, that is the truth and nothing but the truth. There will be no changes in the numbers. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Pongwe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to find out, you have said that there's no change in the allocation of packs. Is it at the national level or at this city level? Because in Mpongwe, the information that we have, that in Mpongwe, they have reduced about 2,000 packs. I want to clarify on that one. Thank you, Mr.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, my position would not change. The number of packs that we are giving out at national level has not changed. If there's a variation whatsoever in any area, may we look at it outside this, maybe at the office, so that we see how that could happen. 2,000 packs is a lot of packs, Mr. Speaker. That would give a very significant change in the position in Mpongwe. Therefore, I'm interested in this. And also, even the honorable member for Petauke, who keeps on shaking his head, I would be happy to sit with you so that we look at it. These are serious issues, colleagues, and I take them with utmost seriousness because it affects people's lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I feel your anguish, and my submission would be that the issues raised by Honorable Banda, the issues raised from Mpongwe, are the same issues we're getting on the ground in Kanchivia. Maybe as a way of one of the interventions that could help is maybe the ministry has left a communication to the minister alone. You've got Lima Radio and these other. Please just insist that this information goes out because this is what is obtaining on the ground. And I'm getting calls from Kopa, I'm getting calls from different parts of Kanchivia, and the farmers are now worried because of the misinformation and distortion. So maybe it would be important for the minister to consider using your Lima Radio and other media platforms to ensure that farmers are adequately informed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Using my discretion, I've added extra 10 minutes. The honorable member for Pemba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture, you indicated that we have 1 million plus, or 1,024,024 plus beneficiaries. Now, the question the Zambian people want to understand, why is it that when we have these packs, in my view, of course you can correct me, the same number should be equal to the beneficiaries. Now, why is it that these beneficiaries, the cooperatives, are still sharing the packs? Where is the problem? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Pemba, for that very important question. Mr. Speaker, Zambia has more than 3 million farmers. Zambia has more than 3 million farmers. This FISIP program is only for 1,024,434 farmers. In other words, out of every 3 farmers, or out of every 4 farmers, we are only servicing 1 farmer. So the others, we will not benefit from the FISIP program. This FISIP program does not cover the entire farming community in Zambia. No, it does not. So the number of farmers is 1,024,434 under FISIP. But the number of farmers in Zambia is slightly above 3 million. So the other 2 million plus should service themselves or through other programs. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, let me confess that I like your charisma, your honesty, and the way you respond to these questions. Honorable Minister, the question and the trouble is the same from all the constituencies. I know that you have belabored to answer and repeat on the same, but what we're asking you, Honorable Minister, is to find the route and the way of ensuring that this information you are giving us reaches out to the farmers. The situation is the same in Rwansha District, Honorable Minister, where last year we had about 9,021 farmers who benefited from the FISIP input, and today, as we are talking, Honorable Minister, 7,500 have been earmarked to receive. So the question is, what has happened to the rest of the numbers that were there last year? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What has happened is this. There were civil servants there who are not supposed to get this FISEP. We got them and set them out. There were people who do not exist, probably dead. We got them and set them aside. There were people who do not qualify. We got them and set them aside. Now, what we should do is exactly what we did for Honorable. How can I forget? Kalawo. Yes, Kalawo. We need to replace with people from your area these whom we have taken out. There were a lot of officers, government officers, collecting FISIP, and that is not correct. That is not right. There were a lot of officers, civil servants, Minister of Agriculture, teachers, nurses. They dominated this program. Now we have taken them out. We need to be very happy. Now give us farmers so that we replace them. That is the whole thing. So we should be clear about this. And Mr. Speaker, I want to mention, shamelessly so, that they are the ones who are shouting the loudest. Those who have been on the program for more than 3 years, whom we are trying to isolate. They are the ones who are shouting the loudest. So we will not bend. We are going to keep these numbers like this. And if we don't replace, we will only give 7,000 in your area if we don't replace them. But the idea is to replace them so that we maintain the numbers. I can give absolute figures. There were 230,000 farmers who did not qualify, whom Smart Zambia captured, and we set aside. And that's a big number. So we are replacing those. We will not deal with illegal beneficiaries. No, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lufanyama.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister for Agriculture, you have said there are 1,024,000 farmers who have been benefiting for a period up to now. So does it mean for new cooperatives, they are not going to get the fertilizer? Because I'm asking like that, Honorable Minister, like in my constituency in Rufanyama, most of our people are not getting the fertilizer, those who have got the cooperatives, the new cooperatives. And those who have got, who are on the list getting the fertilizer, there was a segregation even initially when they were registering for the cooperatives. Because for these ones, I've been getting fertilizer for almost 5 years now, the same people. Are the new cooperatives, Honorable Minister, going to get the fertilizer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Fanyama. I like the information you have, and that is the type of information we need. All those who have been getting fertilizer for 5 years, we don't want them on this. We want new cooperatives. So this is where, now you see the Honorable Member is shy with that issue because he doesn't want to be found saying this, no, but this. But that is what we need. Mr. Speaker, we don't need people who have been on the program for more than 3 years to continue. When this program started, it was as follows. Number one, you get 100%. In other words, you get your 6 packs. Number two, year number 2, you get 75%. Year number 3, 25%. And that's it. So they were supposed to graduate. But the graduation process has been a failure on the program. So what you do is you get the same members 5 years. And that is wrong. And these are the people now, when you take them out, they cry woof woof so much. They are very, very unhappy. They are very, very unhappy. But we will not take them back. We want them out. We want new members. Priority on this are new cooperatives. And these old cooperatives are second level their second priority. And these problems we are having are exactly the same in community development. I know that Honorable Mamba one day should come and talk about it. Exactly the same. Same people like to get continuous, other than, changing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The honorable member for Itestes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity for the people of Itestes to add to this question. Looking at the very good explanation that has been given by the minister, and considering that there are a lot of drastic changes that have happened to this project, which for me, they mean well, and the people of Itestes, they are welcoming them. Now, Minister, in terms of information giving, the reason why we are getting these calls as members of parliament, I feel that information is not well disseminated. Considering this change, what also drastic measures have you put in place to see to it that information flows very well? For me, this is a typical issue of misinformation and people not being guided properly. That is why we might have these challenges in the communities. What is it that your minister is doing which is extremely different, considering that the information which the people should get, they need to get it right so that they appreciate the concept and we manage the misinformation which is on the ground? What is it that you are doing as a minister? Thank you.
The honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and thank you, Honorable Member for Iteshteshi, for your kind words. I think you could be right that maybe our information flow could have been lacking in one area or another. But I will tell you that before this program was rolled out, we had all the provincial agriculture coordinators brought in Lusaka and we talked to them. A document was done and released to all provinces. Even now, when we said, okay, let us accept the cooperatives to put money together, to congregate, to put names together so that they don't all go to the banks. We have done that. We have gone to the radio. We have gone to, we have given memos, including giving them to DCs, etc. So we can only do so much. But I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, the ones who are really crying foul are the beneficiaries who have been on the program for a long time, who feel aggrieved to be taken out. That, I think, as honorable members, we must be alive to it. But we will improve. It might appear that, yes, this issue of information maybe could have lacked. We will improve and do much more. I'm sure my brother there, Honorable Gatambo, knows what I'm talking about. Because sometimes it's the people who are supposed to disseminate the information who are culprits themselves, and they change the information. But we'll do our best. We'll see what we can do. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the honorable members for their support.
Thank you. Let's make progress. I think those of you who still want credit, the minister's door is open. You can engage him at your own time. I have also permitted the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my profound gratitude for according me this opportunity to provide some clarity to this august House and the nation at large on the two matters of urgent public importance, namely, one, state of the bridge across the Makondo stream.
The French bench on the left, where the chief whip and the leader of opposition are, there's a lot of noise coming from there.
The opposite is supposed to be the case. Because Zambians want to listen when the minister is talking. So let's be so much orderly. The Honorable Minister can continue.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying on the two matters of urgent public importance, namely one, the state of the bridge across the Makondu stream, and two, the state of the stretch of the road between Serenge and Mpika districts. Honorable members may recall that on Wednesday, 19th October 2022, the Honorable Speaker directed the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development to issue a ministerial statement on matters of urgent public importance raised by the members of Parliament for Zambezi East constituency, Honorable Brian Kambita, and Honorable Sunday Chanda, Member of Parliament for Kanchivia constituency. Mr. Speaker, I will start with the matter raised by the Honorable Member for Zambezi East, and I quote what he said. Mr. Speaker, that is quoting him, thank you very much for the opportunity to raise this matter of urgent public importance. The reason I have risen on a matter of urgent public importance for the first time since this avenue was introduced to Parliament is that the people I represent are in dire need of the government's intervention. Mr. Speaker, there is a place in my constituency called Makondu where there is a stream that is a tributary of the mighty Zambezi River. Being a tributary of the Zambezi River, the stream is highly infested with crocodiles. Further, in that area, the school to which children go is on the western side of the river, while most children live on the eastern side. Those children were using crossing points where there is a dilapidated bridge that was built in the colonial days. The bridge is made up of sticks that were put together there. That bridge has now collapsed, and the children across that wide, the crocodile-infested stream, they cross on small boats, which endangers their lives. Mr. Speaker, I took the initiative to visit the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development to find a solution to the problem. Unfortunately, I was advised to go to the Road Development Agency, RDA, and come up with a budget. The budget was made, and it was as big as 13 million kwacha. We thought we could contribute to the budget from the Constituency Development Fund, CDF. However, our CDF budget for capital projects is only 14 million. So how can it fund the bridge? Further, there is a red-made bridge, an acro bridge, but our government is unable to give us that so that it can be laid there at the crossing point. Mr. Speaker, I need the government's intervention. This matter is brought to our honor, the Vice President, so that she can intervene and help us to find avenues of ensuring that the children in the area are not caught by crocodiles while crossing the Makondu stream to go to school. That is a daily event. Now with the rain season almost here, it has actually started raining in Zambezi, and one of the children was almost caught by a crocodile the other day. Mr. Speaker, I need your indulgence in drawing the attention of our honor, the Vice President, to that life-threatening situation. End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, in reacting to the above matter raised by the Honorable Kambita, Member of Parliament for Zambezi East constituency, I wish to state that the government of the Republic of Zambia is concerned for the children in Zambezi who are crossing a river on boats to access education. In addressing this matter, I wish to remind the House that the government entered into a contract with Acro Corporation of America for the arrangement of financing, design, fabrication, and delivery of 131 prefabricated modular Acro steel panel bridges at a total project value of US dollars 73,776,849. The contract was signed on September 6, 2013. Mr. Speaker, this project, which is referred to as the Acro Bridge project, was financed through a credit arrangement entered between the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, the Export-Import Bank of the United States of America, and the Citibank. Mr. Speaker, under this arrangement, the government was expected to provide resources for the construction of the substructures, that's the abutments and the piers, and the installation of the bridge components. The project was earmarked for implementation in 7 out of the 10 provinces of Zambia, namely Muchinga, Wapula, Northern, Northwestern, Lusaka, Central, and Eastern provinces. Mr. Speaker, Zambezi district is one of the districts under Northwestern province which has been earmarked to benefit from the components of the 131 bridges which have already been delivered in the country under the Acro Bridge program. Mr. Speaker, government intends to construct 11 Acro bridges in Zambezi West parliamentary constituency and 5 Acro bridges in Zambezi East parliamentary constituency. In view of the limited resources, government plans to initially construct 2 Acro bridges in Zambezi West parliamentary constituency using the Zambia National Service, and the budget for the required works together with the implementation plan has already been prepared by ZNS, and the implementation of the works awaits the release of funds from the approved 2023 supplementary approved by Parliament in June this year. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Acro bridges in Zambezi East parliamentary constituency, including Makondu's crossing point, has been included in the 2023 road sector annual work plan and will therefore be undertaken in 2023. The government shall endeavor to secure funds to ensure that the required bridge works on Makondu stream crossing point in Zambezi East are undertaken as planned to ease the movements and the suffering of our people, especially the school-going children. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second matter of urgent public importance was raised by Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchivia constituency, Honorable Sunday Chanda, and I quote what he said. Mr. Speaker, my matter of urgent public importance touches on the road stretch between Serenje and Mpika. This is a stretch that we are using every other week. This particular stretch is a death trap. We are recording accidents every other day and a week. Sir, my question and the plea go to the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development to the extent that what are the plans for this section of the road? It must not take until one of the Honorable Members of Parliament or government official loses a life for us to wake up to reality. What are the plans to rehabilitate or work on this particular road? What are the plans before the onset of the rain season? Mr. Speaker, we have lost too many lives and we continue to lose lives every other day. If you are on that stretch, you feel the pain that motorists and the public users are facing every other day. So my matter is directed at the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development as to what extent and when do we expect this particular stretch of the road to be redeemed. Sir, I do not want to say it's the honorable minister in order, because I do not want to cross a certain line. But the question is, when do we get this particular stretch of the road addressed by this particular ministry? End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, in reacting to the matter of urgent public importance raised by the Honorable Sunday Chanda, Member of Parliament for Kanchivia, I wish to acknowledge that the Serenge to Mpika Road is indeed in a deplorable state. The government is saddened and concerned about the continued loss of life on that road and any other road across the country. This loss of life on our roads must be curtailed. While poor roads contribute to the loss of life and accidents, we must, as a country, also deal with the human element that contributes significantly to road traffic accidents. That is, failure to observe road traffic rules and the use of vehicles that are not roadworthy is also contributing to needless loss of life on our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Serenge to Mpika Road is part of the Serenge to Nakonde Road corridor, which is in need of rehabilitation. The government is actively taking actions to ensure that the conditions of the entire corridor is improved. The government has already engaged contractors to undertake rehabilitation works on the Chinsali to Nakonde section of the road. The works are being implemented in 2 lots, and the physical progress on lot 1, that is Chinsali to Isoka, is currently at 85%, while the progress on lot 2, that is Isoka to Nakonde, is currently at 77%. The works on lot 1 are expected to be completed by February 24, 2023, while works on lot 2 are expected to be completed by March 2023. Mr. Speaker, the government has received financing amounting to Euro 110 million from the European Investment Bank, EIB, and a grant amount of Euro 72.45 million from the European Union towards the cost of rehabilitating 162 kilometers of the Mpika to Chinsali section. It is envisaged that procurement of the civil works contracts will be concluded in the second quarter of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the government, through the Road Development Agency, has engaged Messrs. China Geoengineering Corporation to undertake holding maintenance works on the road section between Chinsali and Rukulu. The works are stalled due to funding challenges. However, the contractor has been paid part of the outstanding amount for the works done and commenced works on Thursday, 20th October 2022, with excavation of materials at the barrow pits. Works on the road section commenced on Saturday, 22nd October 2022, and expected to be concluded in April 2023. Furthermore, the government, through RDA, shall endeavor to undertake holding maintenance works through force account on the section of the road between Serenge and the Lukulu to ensure that the entire section from Pika to Serenge is kept safe for road users as major rehabilitation works are being awaited. Mr. Speaker, in the long term, government intends to undertake full rehabilitation of the road once financing for the same has been mobilized. I wish to inform the House that the African Development Bank, AFDB, has expressed interest to finance the rehabilitation of the 60-kilometer stretch of the road from Pika towards Serenge. To this effect, a tender for the consultant services for design, review, the update, and the preparation of tender documents for the rehabilitation of a section of the Serenge to Mpika Road from the start of the dual carriageway section in Mpika, approximately 60 kilometers, was floated and closed in August 2022. The tender is currently under evaluation and is expected to be awarded before the end of October 2022. It is envisaged that the works tender will be floated once the design review and updating of the tender documents has been concluded. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to inform this august House and the nation at large that government is concerned about the state of this section of the road, that government is also considering the public-private partnerships PPP approach to finance the Serenge to Mpika rehabilitation work subject to viability. In this regard, a tender for the feasibility study, solicitation document, preparation, transaction advisor, and design review for the rehabilitation of the road from Serenge to Chinsali, which is about 404.54 kilometers in central and the Muchinga provinces of Zambia, under a public-private partnerships model, was floated on August 29, 2022, and closed on October 21, 2022. Evaluation of the bids will commence soon, and thereafter, feasibility studies will be undertaken by a successful bidder. The studies will provide information that government can use in developing the road using public-private partnerships. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Members are now free, honorable members are free to make follow-up questions. The honorable member for Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for that or those two statements. However, Honorable Minister, there are so many acro bridges that are supposed to be put on various crossing points in Zambia. The Macondo one is just one out of so many. I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, how is your program like? How are you going to approach the installation of these acro bridges? I stand here to also agree with you that the acro bridges are in this country, and actually just a stone throw within Lusaka. That we know and every Zambian knows. Now, I'm sure the honorable members of this House would also be interested, just like the Member of Parliament for Zambezi East who asked about Macondo. For instance, in Mufumbwe, I have 4 of them which are supposed to be installed. I don't know whether you have a comprehensive program on how you are going to do the installation of these programs. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member from Mfumbwe for that question. I think his question in the main is what plan do we have for the installation of these bridges, a comprehensive plan. This is what we have done. As he quite rightly says, the bridges are already here in the country. In fact, at a point at the RDA yard in Lusaka West, except the one that was installed in Eastern Province. What we have said, there are 3 avenues. The first one is those members of parliament who were prepared to use some of their CDF to carry out some substructure work, that's abutments and piers. We are quite willing to work with them, and that once these abutments and piers were done, RDA had committed to move the bridges to site and have them installed. I think one or two MPs are already working on that. The second plan of action is that in the supplementary budget, which was approved by this House, we allocated for each constituency, in fact, for each constituency, 2 acro bridges under the supplementary budget. There was a figure of 1.65 billion kwacha for the road sector in that particular budget. When this money begins to be released, so far, Notengwe has been released. When that money begins to be released, we shall begin to implement what we have said on the 2 acro bridges, as we have stated. The last aspect of the plan is the 2023 budget. We hope then that a lot of bridges will then be installed to ensure that our populations who allocate these bridges begin to benefit from these bridges. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, when there was a change of design on the Mongo-Kalabo Road, a number of bridge components remained unused from the initial design. Now, in view of constraints in terms of finance, do you intend to import some bridges from Western Province to Zambezi East and place them on some crossing points? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of Opposition is an interesting politician, but he has said something that raises questions in my mind. He's talking about whether we intend to import, the word import, from Western Province. I don't know what he's trying to imply. I thought we were one country. However, the Honorable Leader of Opposition will note that out of the 7 countries that were allocated these acro bridges, 3 were left out, and that includes Western Province. It was not facilitated in terms of these acro bridges. So to expect that these bridges will now go to those areas where bridges were already allocated under the acro program, I think probably asking too much. Western Province, like all other provinces, also have their own needs that need to be addressed. What we are trying to do is to ensure that the 130 bridges that are yet to be installed are installed using the action plans that I've already stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is firstly to thank the Honorable Minister for his statement, and I can attest to the fact that there are some works ongoing on the sections that my question had alluded, I had alluded to in my question. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the Great North Road is the economic gateway to East Africa. And everything that can be done should be done on this particular road. I'm glad that the minister took the question off me, because I was going to ask whether government was considering the PPP model in upgrading this particular road, so that not only should Zambia benefit, but upgrading this particular road is critical for the region, especially for countries in the north-south corridor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Honorable Member for Kanchivia, Honorable Sunday Chanda. First of all, acknowledging that in spite of the question, work was already underway even when the question was being raised. In terms of the status and the importance of the Great North Road to this country, that is without question, but not only to this country, that's an international gateway. In other words, other countries rely on that particular road. And that is why sometimes we are taken aback when we see the level of neglect that was on that particular road in a government that confessed that they were there for infrastructure development. Infrastructure cannot be undertaken without taking into account the needs of the country, especially the economic needs of the country. This is an economic road. But we note that even though it's an economic road, it was neglected, and that is why it is in the state that it is in. But that's not surprising. It's not the only one. We have Katete Chanida Road, which brings in a high percentage of the finished fuel that comes in from the port of Beira. The Chingola Kasumbalesa Road, again, which is a very important economic road, again, that was neglected. That includes the Ndola Sakanya Road, the Mufulira Mokambo Road. These are important economic roads. What I can assure the honorable member and what I can assure this august house is that this new Dawn administration, pushed on by the agenda of economic recovery and growth of this economy, we will not follow the path of neglecting these economic roads, and that's what we are doing. That's why we are doing what we can to work on all these, especially the ones that link us to the outside countries. Among these is obviously the Sisheke Livingston Road, which is almost non-existent now. It's a huge task that has been left on our hands, but the new Dawn administration is up to the task. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And we appreciate the Honorable Minister's statement on this very important road. And just to set the record straight, Honorable Minister, the same approach I've taken was the same approach taken by the previous, our administration, because that stretch is long. The two stretches we have highlighted here being Nakonde Isoka lot and Isoka Chinsali lot were contracted with support from ADB. And that's the work you are referring to that is making progress, because we realize the importance of this very important road. And the same approach I've taken, which we appreciate, of going back to ADB, who have also shown their commitment to deal with Chinsali Pika and the DFID support you're getting on the other stretch, is the same approach. And so it's not a question of neglecting, but it's the huge amount of money that are required to go to the rehabilitation of that road. My question is, just the contractor you have mentioned who has gone back to the site to do the rehabilitation temporal works. Minister, within the enclosed, you are getting most of your fuel products, finished products, through that stretch. Last week, I was concerned when I found a tanker which had rode and people scampering, trying to get diesel.
Honorable Member, you are debating yourself. I thought you wanted to ask a question to the
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to give a scenario to the Honorable Minister so that I I'm almost concluding. So, Honorable Minister, with that consent, it's not the first incident that is happening. We may record some calamity. Remember the Kabwe that we discussed with you, the Kabwe incident. Is this contractor able to simultaneously work on those critical areas that are extremely damaged between Serenge and Impika, where this road carnage is very high? And maybe to just share with us what kind of works are they doing? Because we have seen in the past where people heap gravel just less than within a week, this gravel is washed away. So would the contractor be able to simultaneously work before the rains commence? And what sort of works is this contractor doing on those critical stretches? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Shwangandu, which constituency is actually on that stretch. When he talks about, this what we are doing and so on, I can only just remind him of the beginning of the Bemba saying, "Ubulimi bwakale." So forget about what you have done in the past to take you nowhere. The contractor that the contractor that is working, China Geo, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Shwangandu is disturbing my floor. The contract that we have put on, that's emergency holding works, just to ensure that the road is passable. His question is he going to be able to continue? I did give a time frame during which these works are going to be done, and we shall continue to monitor, and the little funds that are available, we shall continue to ensure that as much work as possible is done. This new Dawn government is not happy when we see, I've been on that road, where the traffic slows down so much because of the potholes, that even though during the rain season, even those selling maize, our women and the youth selling roasted maize cobs, they don't have to wait for the truck to stop. They just go as it's moving and sell and try and transact. That is not very satisfactory. So we'll do what we can. But long term, it is a complete rehabilitation, either through funding that I've talked about or through PPP, which we are working on very, very diligently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chadiza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving an opportunity to people of Chadiza to ask a question to the Minister of Infrastructure. Honorable Minister, I would like to admit that you have made a great effort this year by the proposed incentives that you want to include under the PPP mode of financing. Honorable Minister, we are all aware for the roads to be worked on under this mode of financing, the road has to attract investment. Now, people of Chadiza would want to find out, because you have cited this model on some section of this T2 road. Now, the question is, Honorable Minister, the current act has failed to produce any tangible results. And I've seen in this year's budget speech, you have proposed that there will be amendments to the current act. People of Chadiza would want to know, how soon are you bringing this old act for repealing and replacing before this honorable house? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the Honorable Member for Chadiza, Engineer Jonathan Daka, who knows a lot more about what I'm talking about than most people, because he's an engineer. The act that he's talking about, we are fully mindful of the fact that it requires to be updated, and very soon it will be brought to this House so that this House can attend to it. He's talking about that we haven't achieved much in terms of PPP, but I can tell him that a lot. This is basically almost a new concept. I know that on one or two occasions, like the Obama market, I think it was done. But in terms of roads, we are charting a new course. It's detailed discussions. We have to look at the people that are coming in with unsolicited bids or solicited bids, that these are not coming for EPC contracts. These are investors bringing money in, and this has to work in terms of their ability to generate resources to pay back for their investment and get their profit over a much longer period of time, like 15, 20, 25 years. So that's what we are doing, and we are mindful that in order to make this work, not only do we have to put in incentives, we have to make sure that the law is also amenable to this kind of investment. One of the issues that we have found is that stability in our laws, stability in our taxation regime, and respect and honoring of property rights is absolutely important. Where governments come in and they expropriate people's private assets does not help when these matters come. These are some of the matters that we are seeing as we negotiate these things. But the law will be changed, and we shall bring that to this House to ensure that we correct all these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As I'd already added time earlier, 5 minutes on under this ministerial statement, let's make progress. Questions for oral answers, understanding orders 74. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting the people of Mukushi North constituency to ask question number 76.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
God, what are you saying? I did. I did. The Honorable Mr. C. Chivuye has asked the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to expand the mortuary capacity at Mukushi District Hospital. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what are the estimated time frame for the completion of the project? And D, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Mr. Speaker, as follows. Mr. Speaker, government has no plans to expand the mortuary capacity at Mukoshi District Hospital currently. B, there are no current plans to be implemented with regards to expansion of the mortuary, as the current one is adequately providing the needed service. C, there is no estimated time frame, as the government has not planned for any expansion of the mortuary at Mukoshi District Hospital. D, there are no plans by the Ministry of Health to expand the mortuary at Mukoshi District Hospital because the existing mortuary is able to contain the number of bodies currently being kept. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Chipefwe Urban Health Center, which is former district hospital and which is situated 3 kilometers away from the district hospital, is also equipped with the mortuary unit capable to be utilized in an event that there are more bodies which the hospital is not able to handle. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that response. Mr. Speaker, I happened at one time to use Mukushi mortuary when my aunt passed away, and it is indeed a very small unit, Honorable Minister. If I'm correct, it is a unit that can only accommodate about 3 or so bodies. And looking at Mukushi, Honorable Speaker, the catchment area or the population of the district is close to over 50,000 people. And also people from Chalata, Nkolonga, they all take their deceased to Mukushi mortuary. Honorable Speaker, I'm sad to hear that there are no current plans for the government to build or expand the mortuary at Mukushi Hospital. Are there any means or ways that would help people from transporting their dead ones in case of the capacity getting full from Mukushi to Kapilimponshi? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. I think there are two issues here. One, you are saying that the current mortuary is not sufficient and that sometimes you do have over because it is small. And we were saying that there is another one, and this answer is saying when you are full in the other facility, you have the mortuary, which is for the old hospital, which you can fall back on. But I note that you are still saying, even with that one, you are still going out of the district to get to help the other people. My response, therefore, would be it would help if officially you can write to the ministry so that this matter is investigated, and if indeed what you are saying is correct, factual, then we could budget for that. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Fumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister of Health, are you in a position to partner with the CDF committee so that you can also come in to advise how to purchase the units so that they can have an extension? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, the CDF funds are government funds, and CDF funds have instructions or regulations which say that the various sectors, they are allowed to spend money on those sectors. And health has been identified as one of the key sectors in which the CDF committees have been advised to spend money in the health sector. Now, the question as to whether Minister of Health can facilitate, the answer is yes. So the CDF committee makes a decision, and once that decision is made, and that decision has to do with a particular sector, for example, education, and in this regard, health, all they need to do is engage the Director of Health for that particular district, and the help will be forthcoming. And if it is beyond the district, you get in touch with the Provincial Health Director. And the Provincial Health Director, if he's not able to do it, will always refer such a request to the Minister of Health. So the short answer is that anything to do with health, which the CDF committee wants to do, the Minister of Health, through the various organs of the Minister of Health, that is the District Health Office, the Provincial Health Office, and indeed the headquarters, we are game to work with the CDF committees and the councils to ensure that that project is implemented. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want to find out from you, when was this mortuary constructed not to warrant the expansion, because we understand, riding on the question from the Honorable Member for Ron, the population is increasing. I want to know when this mortuary was constructed not to warrant the expansion of the said mortuary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that question, when the mortuary was constructed, I wouldn't know off the cuff, and I would mislead him. Except to say this: if you have a facility that you as a member of parliament can see that truthfully, this facility is not adequate, the population is higher, it was maybe built in 1902, whatever the case may be, I think it will only be helpful if the affected members of parliament, and I keep repeating, let us not waste our time here to be debating things that needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. So if you know you have a situation which is bad for your people, you are better off just writing a letter to the ministry and bringing to their attention so that we can quickly help you. Because if you don't do that, remember one, we do budget. But even as we budget, the budget is not 100% perfect. There will still be shortages. So only those MPs that write and say, we have this problem here, we need an ambulance, you will find that out of those 100, it only means it will only be 100 hospitals. How many facilities do we have in the country? Even the district are 116. The hospitals are more than that. So certain places will be left out. And those that know the process of making sure that we prioritize them will be assisted. So even now, we are talking about buying mortuaries. We have a list. I can't know what that list is, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is for those that have written officially. You know, they've come, they've gone to the PS's office, they've gone to the relevant director, they've been prioritized. They always have a list. When the time for planning comes, you find that we have. Of course, we do get lists from the districts. I mean, from the province, what I would call a consolidated list. But you will know that even those consolidated lists, Mr. Speaker, it will be councillors who are active on the ground. It will be MPs who are active on the ground. And sometimes, even those that have the power to make decisions, you will find that people will choose where the councillor is coming from or where the MP is coming from and leave areas which are really in need. So we need to work together. And the Ministry of Health, in terms of facilities in the country, I think they have the highest number of facilities. So if we don't work together and you are going to continue bringing questions which you even know I cannot answer, and you think you're helping yourself, you're not helping yourself. So again, I've always said, let us work together. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Kushi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was almost getting worried that, well, the owner of the question is thus not being granted the chance to ask. Honorable Minister, how I wish you could have gathered enough information to know for sure the other facility I've talked about from Chivefwe. Chivefwe has not been operational. The mortuary there has not been operational for over a year now. The capacity for that mortuary, which is actually at the district hospital, is only taking 3 bodies. And 3 bodies, yes. And it is actually very inconveniencing, especially when we have accidents along the Great North Road. We normally transport bodies to Kapiri or Masansa. And Masansa, distance from Masansa to Mukushi is 50 kilometers, and Kapiri is 92 kilometers. So you could imagine the inconvenience for vulnerable families. Now, Honorable Minister, could there be the best way possible that we could attend to this matter through your office, that we can actually maybe try and expand the capacity for our mortuary? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Member, for those follow-up questions and explanations. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be very honest. When I said the capacity of this mortuary is good enough, and also, since there's another mortuary, if the other mortuary is full, they can use the other mortuary, which was for the old hospital, which now is not a hospital. It's, I mean, no longer a district hospital, since they've built a big, they have a new district hospital. I did not understand that the mortuary in question takes only three bodies. Now, obviously, 3 bodies is very few. Now, this is what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I want the MPs to understand me. When questions are asked, these questions, Mr. Speaker, are answered by the people on the ground. They send the answers. So in this regard, the Director of Health and maybe the SMS, the officer in charge, no, sorry, the doctor in charge of a particular facility, which is being questioned. So we take it that these questions are correct. That is why it is important for MPs to help themselves and to help their government by ensuring that when they have a concern, which is so important like this, because surely if you have a mortuary for 3 bodies, I know the way people are dying these days, it means that mortuary is not sufficient. And if I'm saying there's another mortuary which is working, and he's telling me that no, in fact, that mortuary for more than a year it has never been working, and yet the answer here is saying in the case where that other mortuary is full, they can use this other mortuary. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, that even this answer that I've given, unfortunately, if what the MP is saying does not tarry, and that's why it is important that don't take time, because questions take time. Sometimes even the answers that are given, you find that that question has actually lapsed, and or that answer has lapsed. So through the Speaker, I'll have to verify this answer concerning the other mortuary, because the answer says when the other mortuary is full, there is this mortuary which they can fall back on. But he is saying even that mortuary we are talking about is not been functional for over a year. So therefore, it means this answer is wrong. But so let me find out, and through Mr. Speaker tomorrow, I can bring a full report. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you have encouraged us as members to apply part of the CDF or indeed another initiative to put up these mortuary facilities. And indeed, like the Honorable was saying, I understand because these Mukushis are on Great North Road and there are RTAs that occur. Shuangandu is almost the same, on the same stretch. And we, through the initiative of the area member of parliament 3 years ago, put up a 3-body unit at one of the facilities along the road at the health facility. But the challenge is maintenance. Honorable Minister, do you bring these, even as you are encouraging us, do you get these facilities on your routine maintenance plan? Because it seems you can put up this facility and while the machine is still new, you start getting challenges, and the one that has broken down in Mukush, which are for a long time, is there a maintenance plan for these facilities? And if there is, do you also co-opt those that are done like the one we have done in Shuangandu on the routine maintenance plan? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that follow-up question. I think it's an important question because it will help us. There are 2 things, Mr. Speaker. MPs are putting up hospitals or a clinic, maybe a rural health center or a mini hospital or whatever it is called. Recently, our deputy chief whip here, Princess, was able to construct in her constituency from her own personal organization of well-wishers, a very good mini hospital, if I may call it. And the question now is that how it's new, it's good, everything's good, including equipment. And those equipment may start breaking one day. So the question that the Honorable MP has asked is important, and I want members to listen and to listen carefully. If you construct something privately like she did, or using CDF, or somebody, a well-wisher donates, the first thing you must do as you commission that is to hand over that to government. So you hand it over to government, that is to the Ministry of Health, through the office of the Director of Health. Then the Director of Health will register it as part and parcel of our asset. And so that any program, including drug distribution or maintenance or whatever, it will be treated as if it was purely a government clinic, including staffing. We would be able to provide staff that we pay as government. And this is what government is doing currently, where clinics that are mission clinics or mission hospitals, the officers there are paid by government. They are on government payroll. The drugs there are given by, when we distribute to government, we also distribute to them. When we don't have, even if they don't have. When we have, they have. Even when we procure even an ambulance, we can give an ambulance to a mission hospital. So it's in the same vein. That's why I said last time, we have a number of ambulances that are not working. If an MP feels it necessary to take one of those that are not working and say, under CDF, Minister, I'm going to fix, we are fixing this ambulance for it to be used at this facility, we say go ahead. And if you say you are buying an ambulance now using CDF, but this ambulance you are giving it to your district, say Chinsali District Hospital, if that ambulance breaks down or something goes wrong, it will be the responsibility of the government to fix that ambulance. So I hope my answer clears other questions.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity to rise on a point of order against the Honorable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is premised on Standing Orders number 70, which reads types of questions. There are 4 types of questions as follows. A, question for oral answer. Mr. Speaker, the question on the floor is properly put on the order paper. And you, after the Honorable Minister gave us her written answer, you allowed for follow-up questions. And it is standard procedure. My honorable colleague seated behind me, the MP for Chembe, asked the minister a question. And in her response, the minister said the following. She used the expression waste time, to come here and waste time, by asking questions which is provided for first on the order paper and by your direction. Secondly, the minister said, you come here to ask questions which I can't even answer. When in fact, Mr. Speaker, you have directed that the minister should answer accountability questions. Is the Honorable Minister in order to tell us that the questions we are asking her is both wasting time and that some of them she cannot even answer them? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
I think if I heard the minister correctly, what what she was trying to put across was the emphasis of to members, to encourage members to ask questions that are quite pertinent and relevant to the business of the House, in a way that there was a member who asked when uh, that structure was built. Yes, it was a very good question, but at the same time, I think everyone knows that at this point, even a rocket scientist may not know how long Mwami Hospital was built. I think that's what she meant in that context. Because if I was to be minister today, if you ask me when was UTH built, it's difficult for me to know. So in that regard, she was trying to, I think that's what she was trying to say. Let's proceed and make progress. Next question. The Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 77.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to answer this question. The honorable member asked the question, asked the Minister of Health the following question. Like papers. I don't like papers. Thank you. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Gwembe asked the question whether the government has any plans to procure ambulances for the following health facilities in Gwembe district. 1, the Gwembe District Hospital. 2, the Munyumbwe Level 1 Hospital. And 3, the Chaboboma Mission Health Center. Our response is as follows. Mr. Speaker, government has plans to procure ambulances to cater for various health facilities countrywide that do not have adequate ambulance services, and the procurement will be implemented in a phased approach, and health facilities in Gwembe district are expected to benefit from this government initiative. The House may wish to note that due to the increasing demand for ambulances for maternal and neonatal emergencies and road traffic accidents, coupled with the high costs associated with the ambulatory service, I wish to inform the House that at district level, ambulances are managed from the district health office. The district is divided in zones, and available ambulances
Order. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
The Honorable Minister of Health is just started responding to a second question for oral answer understanding. Order number 74 that has been asked by Mr. Simu Zingili, Gwembe member of parliament, in which he wants to find out whether government has any plans to procure ambulances for health facilities in Gwembe, and these are Gwembe District Hospital, Unyumbwe Level 1 Hospital, and Chapoboma Mission Health Center. And the minister was just giving a response, and break has been taken for 20 minutes.
Just to mention that the House also considered question number 76. And just a quick recap of business that has been considered so far. We did have an announcement by Mr. Speaker. He informed the House that the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development has authorized to conduct a half-day workshop for all members of Parliament on the progress made in executing the Ministry's mandate of fostering the growth and development of cooperatives and small and medium enterprises. And the workshop will be held on Thursday, 27th October 2022 from 8:30 to 12:30 hours in the amphitheatre at Parliament Buildings. Although attendance is on a voluntary basis, honourable members are encouraged to attend this important program.
Right. And of course, we also had one ruling that was made, and also two ministerial statements so far been considered. But we'll be looking at the summaries of all these business that has taken place on the floor of the House on the other side. In the meantime, we'll also take a short break. We'll be back just before 17 hours. Every second Thursday of the month of October, nations across the world commemorate the World Sight Day. This is in an effort to promote eye health among the people. The National Assembly of Zambia, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health through the University Teaching Hospital, UTH Eye Clinic, and Vision Care, Apasami Hospital, joined the rest of the world to commemorate the 2022 World Sight Day under the theme Love Your Eyes at Parliament Buildings. The commemoration began with a 3-kilometer march from Northmead on the Great East Road to Parliament Buildings, where the official commemoration was held. The second Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Moses Moyo, MP, officially launched the commemoration of the 2022 World Sight Day with these remarks.
I'm delighted to join you today as we commemorate the World Sight Day, which is held annually in October. This day is aimed at raising awareness among stakeholders and the general public on the importance of eye health, as well as to support work towards combating avoidable blindness. This year's World Sight Day theme is held under the theme Love Your Eyes, which calls for all of us to care for our eyes, which in most cases is taken for granted. The theme also calls for us to protect and prioritize our eye health now more than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, vision or good eyesight is critical for the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this regard, allow me to underscore the impact of vision on our well-being. You will agree with me that good eyesight enables us to carry out our day-to-day activities effectively. With good vision, school children earn an education. Adults are able to see and acquire jobs. Older people are able to remain connected to the economical and social structures of their communities. As such, eye health cuts across main sustainable development goals, SDGs, such as poverty reduction, economic growth, and reduces employment, education, and gender inequalities. Therefore, inaction in this area will affect the achievement of most, if not all, SDGs.
Ministry of Health, Lusaka Province Health Director, Dr. Consti Mwale, made the following remarks.
As you may be aware, government is a signatory to Vision
in Sight 2030, which is a global campaign under the World Health Organization aimed at soliciting support and effort towards the elimination of avoidable and reversible blindness the world over, where eye health is accessible, available, and affordable for everyone. In terms of statistics, about 1 billion people out of a population of 7.98 billion in the world are affected by blindness. The prevalence of blindness in Zambia is at 2%, and the common causes of blindness include cataract, refractive error, glaucoma, and trauma. With a change of lifestyle, we have diabetic eye disease emerging as a serious cause of visual impairment, blindness, as well as mortality. As earlier said, these eye diseases are preventable and can be corrected if detected early. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the National Eye Health Strategic Plan, eye health promotion should be utilized in empowering the community with eye health knowledge so as to promote health-seeking behavior.
And Country Director, Lions Aid Zambia, Mr. Nicholas Mutale, outlined in brief the support his organization renders to promote eye health.
Guests of honor, there are now 1.1 billion people living with sight loss around the world, with 90% living in lower and middle income settings such as Zambia. This will rise to 1.8 billion by 2050, and if we don't act now, we won't stop this trend. In Zambia, prevalence of blindness is estimated to be 2%, giving an approximate of 389,000 blind people, with the major causes of blindness being cataract, which accounts for 50%, glaucoma, trachoma, refractive errors, corneal opacities, diabetic retinopathy, to mention but a few. But the good news is that 80% of these are preventable, so we could do something about it. Vision loss has significant impact on better education outcomes, better employment prospects, quality of life, poverty, and the promotion of greater gender equality. It is for this reason that as eye care partners, we are committed to supporting the government in delivering quality, clean, caring, and competent eye health services. Our support to government in bridging eye health services closer to the people, bringing eye health services closer to the people through building appropriate infrastructure, sensitizing the communities of the importance of clean eyes and environment, and ensuring quality service delivery sits well with this year's theme.
Mr. Tapiwa Chikumbu, Lions Club International District 413 Governor, called for continued citizen support to his organization as it continues to complement and support government efforts to promote eye health in the country.
The International Association of Lions Club is a service organization whose charter is to serve the underprivileged in our society. Since 1917, the Lions have served the world's population through hard work, commitment, and to make a difference in the lives of the people everywhere. With over 1.4 million members serving the world in all countries, over 210 countries and geographical areas, the Lions Club International is the world's largest service club. From its inception, and at the instigation of Helen Keller, a lady who was born both deaf and blind, the Lions have had sight preservations as their major cause. We have over the decades, guest of honor, worked hard to prevent and reverse needless blindness. Today, we have expanded our global causes to include environment, hunger, childhood, cancer, and diabetes, but our flagship still remains sight. Over the last 50 years that we have been in Zambia, on sight-related matters, we are proud to have executed the following projects: Kitwe Eye Hospital, its construction and equipping, St. Francis Eye Hospital, its construction and equipping, Kabwe Eye Hospital, which was just opened a few years ago, Lewanika just about 5-6 years back, Ndola School for the Visually Impaired, and various more. These projects were done at national coordination, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other projects conducted by Lions clubs within their locality in Lusaka, Ndola, Chipata, Choma, Mansa, Kafiwe, Kasama, all over the country. These projects, ladies and gentlemen, are carried out with the generosity of you, the citizens of Zambia. For this, we thank and commend you. We appeal to you to continue to partner with the association as we tackle these now expanded global causes. This, in turn, will help us in our partnership with government in bringing quality medical health services to the needy in our society. As we commemorate World Sight Day, it should not end here. Can we continue to preach in our community good eye hygiene, regular sight and diabetes checkups, and other health-related checks?
Earlier, the National Assembly of Zambia Deputy Clerk in charge of procedure, Mrs. Cecilia Skatele Mambwe, had this to say.
On behalf of the Honorable Madam Speaker, the National Assembly of Zambia, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to welcome you to the National Assembly and to this very important event on the occasion to commemorate World Sight Day under the theme, Love Your Eyes. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, eye health is very important as eyes are essential organs in the performance of our daily routines. For this reason, there is need for increased awareness on this subject. In this regard, commemorating World Sight Day is critical and acts as a reminder to all of us, as it allows us to reflect on challenges faced, as well as our efforts towards enhancing eye health care. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, you may wish to note that the National Assembly of Zambia attaches great importance to eye health care. The National Assembly of Zambia's willingness to participate in this event signifies that recognition. In addition, I am glad to inform you that we have a clinic within the presence of Parliament with proactive staff who are able to detect and refer such cases to competent facilities that offer eye health care. Further, management of the National Assembly through Parliament Clinic has authorized the establishment of health schemes with both public and private institutions, including the National Health Insurance Scheme, NIMA. Through these schemes, our MPs and staff are able to access affordable eye health care from recognized eye hospitals and opticians. In the same vein, management from time to time permits various healthcare providers to set up eye screening camps here at Parliament buildings where they conduct general medical and eye checkups, as well as offer health education to both MPs and staff on the importance of eye health care. Further, you will all agree with me that with the advent of information and communications technologies, ICTs, the use of computers and computing devices such as tablets and smartphones has significantly increased. Undoubtedly, ICTs have offered us an opportunity to work smart and efficiently. But at the same time, the frequent use of these devices can be detrimental to our eye health. In this vein, our ICT department ensures that when installing office equipment, especially computers, right display functions such as brightness and contrast are configured in a manner that minimally poses risks to the user's eyesight. Similarly, the ICT department regularly conducts training for MPs to demonstrate the right use and settings for computer lighting and display.
Senior Medical Superintendent from the University Teaching Hospital, UTH Eye Hospital, Professor Kangwa Muma, proceeded to give a vote of thanks and made these remarks.
I want to say that we are very grateful to the National Assembly for hosting us as the Eye Care Fraternity. This is indeed a very generous gesture which we don't take for granted, but we cherish it so much. Also, allow me to extend our gratitude to our all-weather cooperating partners. They've been there for us. Whether it rains or it doesn't rain, they are there. We are so grateful. We've been able to achieve so much in eye healthcare in this country with your support. Honorable guest of honor, you may wish to know that eye health coverage in this country, it's over 90% today. Meaning that our people all over the country have access, and including the people of Mwami, although they should have more access, as you have directed, sir. Yes, so we are so grateful to our partners, and indeed to the government of the Republic of Zambia, who have given eye health care a platform on which it can excel and on which it can reach to all parts of the country.
The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker then led in the commemoration of the World Sight Day by undergoing an eye screening process from the screening clinic. Members of Parliament and staff then took advantage of the exercise and had some eye checks by the specialists as a way of commemorating the 2022 World Sight Day under the theme Love Your Eyes.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Mufulira Central Member of Parliament Mr. Gordon Mwila. Join Paul St. Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency. Good afternoon. Live pictures coming your way on Parliament Television. Business review resumes in a few minutes from now. And just before the break, the House was considering question for oral answer understanding order number 74. That's question 76. It came from Mr. Simuzingili, who asked the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to procure ambulances for the following health facilities in Gwembe District. That's Gwembe District Hospital, Munyumbwe Level 1 Hospital, and Chiboboma Mission Health Center. If so, when the plans will be implemented. And the Minister of Health was on the floor responding to these particular questions. And in the first part, she did say that government does have plans to cater for various facilities countrywide, and ambulances will be procured in a phased approach.
Right, and so we expect the other part of the question to be responded to by the minister responsible. That's as soon as business resumes. We also had two ministerial statements, one from the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as the other one coming from the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development. Still to come, we have the Zambia Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022, which will be considered at second reading stage. Then we'll have a resumption of debate on the motion of supply and motion of 30th September 2022.
All right, and in a few minutes from now, business will resume. The ministerial statements that we had, the first one did come from the Agriculture Minister, Honorable Piri. He did update the House on the status of the 2022 agriculture farming season. Just now, we take you to the chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
In the House, and so business cannot resume until a quorum is formed, and we need supposed to have rather 1/3 of members of parliament, which translates to about 55 members being seated in their seats. And upon formation of the quorum, business then is supposed to resume. And under consideration, like we already stated, is a question that has been posed by Gwembe Member for Parliament to the Minister of Health, and the Minister was in the process of responding to the principal question raised by the Member of Parliament. And just about now, seemingly, we have a quorum and business is expected to resume.
When business was suspended, the Honorable Minister of Health was asked question number 77 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gwembe. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for the question. Mr. Speaker, I was just answering, and I was saying that government has plans to procure ambulances to cater for health facilities countrywide, facilities that do not have adequate ambulance services, and the procurement will be implemented in a phased approach, and health facilities in Gwembe district are expected to benefit from this government initiative. The House may wish to note that due to the increasing demand for ambulances for maternal and neonatal emergencies, including road traffic accidents, coupled with the high costs associated with the ambulatory service, I wish to inform the House that at district level, ambulances are managed from the district health office. The district is divided in zones, and available ambulances are assigned to zones. A zone is a collection of health centers and health posts. The assigned ambulances are utilized to send referrals to higher levels for specialized management care. At hospital level, ambulances are attached to district hospitals, general hospitals, central hospitals, and teaching hospitals. The assigned ambulances are utilized to send referrals to higher levels for specialized management care. To question B, Mr. Speaker, the plans to procure ambulances is expected to be implemented this year, 2022. C, Mr. Speaker, the procurement process is still ongoing, and as such, the cost of each ambulance can only be made available at the conclusion of the procurement process. The House may wish to note that the tender was advertised through open national bidding and has since been closed. The bid evaluation is scheduled to commence before the end of October 2022, with the final award of contract expected to be completed in the first week of December 2022, with an estimated delivery period of 4 to 6 months. The allocation of the ambulances will be based on need across the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any supplementary questions?
The Honorable Member for Katanshi.
Thank you once again, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Thank you once again, Honorable Minister of Health. Mine was just to find out, Honorable Minister, you know that different districts have got different terrains, and obviously different ambulances have to be either modified or there will be some special features that can make those vehicles survive. If you take, for example, Sioma, you take Mongu, this tender that you have spoken about, um, just for the record, did it consider the various terrains? Because that would definitely influence the cost of each ambulance. And then also, well, let me not add an extra question. Just the aspect of the different terrains, because that will definitely have an influence on the actual price. Because we don't want you to be accused of having bought ambulances that were overpriced without our people understanding that there was some consideration that was being made in the procurement process. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a valid follow-up question. And since this process is not complete, it will be important, those of you that have interest by way of have experience, to refer to the specifications that were advertised or included in the contract that was advertised. I will say that I've not really had an opportunity myself to look at that contract to know exactly what are the specifications. All I know is that I was told that the advert was on and that they would finish by end of this October. And so I think the point the honorable member has brought out is a very serious issue, because I know that the current ambulances that we have, I get information from the drivers of the ambulances. When I meet them, they say, "Madam, these ambulances are not good for this terrain. Madam, please don't make a mistake. Don't allow these people to buy this type of ambulance. Please get Toyota or Mercedes-Benz." So you get those vibes coming from the drivers themselves that are using these ambulances. And all these issues are important, because once we buy, it's too late. So maybe now that these issues are coming, it would be good to take interest for those of you who are good at these issues of mechanical nature, and but all I know is that in terms of the policy decision, I think we had resolved that we would buy water ambulances, would also buy road ambulances. And just like we are pushing to ensure that air ambulance, underflying doctor service, all things being equal in future or currently, we can find resources for that. So again, we've had an opportunity to view certain ambulances that those that have come to Zambia made some presentations, but unfortunately, I'm aware that they are not proceeding. So I really don't know where we are going to get them from, because it will depend on the people that are going to bid. But I just hope and pray that we'll get the right ambulances, especially taking into account the issue of terrain, because indeed some areas you really have to get those good quality tires and big vehicles which are strong. Otherwise, they will only work for 3 months. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luansha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, in Luansha, using the CDF, we've managed to fix 5 ambulances, and they are good. And we've decided these ambulances, we'll station them far, because people suffer to bring patients to the main hospital. Our biggest problem, Honorable Minister, is who to drive these ambulances. How can the ministry assist us? Because these ambulances have been fixed. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for being very innovative. And I, as Minister of Health, I want to commend you. As you normally said, MIMPs here. You don't just talk your acts. That's good. And so all I can say is come through the ministry so that we sit with management, those that are responsible for human resource, and let's see if we can find drivers as quickly as possible, maybe hopefully next week. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the answers. Honorable Minister, Gwembe has one ambulance, which is 10 years old, servicing 5 zones. There is no ambulance that we can say we can repair. So, Honorable Minister, if you have any that have minor challenges, as Gwembe District will be willing to look at them and use our CDF to repair them. The other part, Honorable Minister, we are comforted that you will prioritize Gwembe when the new ambulances come. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just trying to get further information on Gwembe from my iPad, and I see that the district has a total of 3 ambulances, 2 government and 1 belonging to SIDA. Unfortunately, the current situation is that all the 3 ambulances are non-runners and relying on 1 utility vehicle for transportation of patients across the district and to Mose Mission Hospital. So a non-runner for almost 4 years now due to unavailability of spare parts on the market for the model. Again, this takes us back to the issue that the models that we buy must be those that you can get spare parts, but it looks like this one, you can't even get spare parts. But I see Toyota Land Cruiser ambulance not running for 1 month now due to a breakdown and needs about 52,000 kwacha to put it back on the road. I'm sure the honorable member can consider fixing that one because it says it's a very minor issue, except that the part is costing 52,000 to put it back on the roads. And one of the crucial needed part worth approximately 39 has been paid for 2 weeks ago, awaiting delivery by the supplier, Toyota Zambia. But for the part that was not in stock as is needed a special order. In addition, the district has spent more than 154,000 this year only on the same vehicle. It is the only ambulance that transports patients from all the facilities to the hospitals and from Nyumbe Hospital to Monzi Mission Hospital with a very high referral rates and the bad road network. So obviously, the district hospital only has 1 ambulance and currently also not running for 1 month now, as it was involved in a road traffic accident. And currently, it's in the garage for repairs. Worth to mention also that it is very old, almost 10 years old now. And this has led to constant breakdown that strain the hospital and divert resources meant for other services to service it or repair it. So I think that there are efforts to ensure that we quickly have an ambulance in Gwembe, except long term, Gwembe will have to wait for the new ambulances that are being ordered. So I think for now, Honorable Member of Parliament can work closely with the hospital director there and the Director of Health in the district, and let's see how we can support each other. Because you have a budget under CDF, The province has a budget, the district has a budget, the ministry headquarters has a budget, but maybe the district department's budget has gone low. So maybe we can rely on the province, and if the province that doesn't have, then because we have to find answers, that's why we are there. And this is why I say certain things, especially things which are emergency in nature, don't wait for questioning. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for that protection. I was not meaning that they should not ask questions, no. The context was to say there are certain things, we're dealing with health, which are urgent. If you put in a question, it will take 1 week, days go, and things like that. So it doesn't help you. So not to mean that those questions should not come, whether it's not their right. It is, but I was just making this appeal that, look, instead of wasting time, so it was in that context. So even now, all I'm saying, certain things, let's meet, let's resolve these things together. Use the phone and say our ambulance has broken down. That's the only ambulance. You can't stay for 1 week, 2 weeks without an ambulance and wait to come to the parliament. It means you are losing time. So let's see what we can do, Honorable, with this 52,000, because it says that it's only money required. Thank you.
Let's make progress. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
The Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022, second reading.
Here I must state that the Honorable Minister of Finance has been asked to act as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. The Honorable Minister, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill must be read for the second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022. I also wish to thank your committee for the consultations undertaken in a transparent manner on the intent, contents, and implementation modalities of the bill. This bill is part of the process of strengthening the legal and institutional framework with regards to implementation of government policy on trade, investment, and business development. The bill strives to respond to government priority of improving the framework for attracting and promoting domestic and foreign direct investment, promote local participation in investment, strengthen the framework for monitoring of investments, strengthen the provisions on trade and industrial development, and facilitate the development of industrial infrastructure and commercial services. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that trade, investment, and business development matters are currently being provided for in the Zambia Development Agents Act number 11 of 2006. However, over the years, the Zambia Development Agents Act number 11 of 2006 has become inadequate in addressing issues of investment, trade, and business development. Therefore, there is need to repeal and replace the Act to address the gaps and weaknesses and provide mechanisms to strengthen the implementation of the policy framework on trade, investment, and business development to foster economic growth in the country. The Investment, Trade, and Business Development Bill of 2022 is arising out of the need to split the Zambia Development Agents Act number 11 of 2006 into two separate bills, namely the Zambia Development Agency Bill, NAB number 19 of 2022, and the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, NAB number 20 of 2022. This was necessitated by the need to have an independent legal framework that would fully focus on investment, trade, and business development, which is aligned to international best practices in handling investments and trade matters. Mr. Speaker, the aim of the bill is to improve and strengthen the framework for attracting and promoting domestic and foreign direct investment, promote local participation in investment, strengthen the framework for monitoring of investments, strengthen the provisions on trade and industrial development, and facilitate the development of industrial infrastructure and commercial services. The specific objectives include A, to foster economic growth and development by promoting trade, business development, and investment in the Republic through an efficient, effective, and coordinated private sector-led economic development strategy. B, to promote economic diversification through the growth of exports. C, promote, facilitate, protect, and monitor domestic and foreign direct investment. D, to promote investment through joint ventures and partnerships between local and foreign investors. E, facilitate the development of industrial infrastructure and commercial services. F, promote research on matters related to industrial development. G, facilitate the protection of infant industries. And H, provide for matters connected with and incidental to the following. Mr. Speaker, the ITBD bill provides the general principles that will guide investment and trade promotion in the country. The general principles will provide the precepts to guide the Zambia Development Agency in execution of the trade and investment promotion mandate. Notably, the general principles highlight the need for trade and investment to improve the overall economic performance of the country and its people, to promote the diversification, value addition, and increase export. Innovatively, the bill provides for promoting and upholding the environmental, social, and governance factors, ECG. ECG factors refer to the three key factors when measuring the sustainability and ethical impact of an investment in a business or company, and will therefore strengthen the impact of investment in the domestic environment. Mr. Speaker, the bill will also expand the scope of areas that could be declared as having unique economic regulations. In the bill, a special economic zone is defined as an area that is subject to unique economic regulations and includes multi-facility economic zones, industrial parks, inter-country trade zones, and export processing zones. The bill further provides that the minister responsible for industry may, before declaring an area to be a special economic zone, issue a conditional permit to facilitate the establishment of a special economic zone. This will allow government to develop the framework for different types and nature of special economic zones, including the unique economic regulatory condition that will be applicable to the different types of special economic zones. This is expected to strengthen the framework for special economic zones in Zambia and provide for a more targeted approach in the development of special economic zones and the applicable unique economic conditions. Further, Speaker, the conditional permit will allow for commitment to be shown on the part of an investor by developing the requisite infrastructure before the special economic zone will be declared a full-fledged special economic zone, which will be eligible for further incentives. This measure is expected to increase the benefits accruing to the country from the incentives provided. Mr. Speaker, the bill introduces incentives specifically for exporters of locally produced goods and services. This is expected to spur domestic production and consequently lead to increased export earnings. It also provides for the harmonization in the provision of fiscal incentives by aligning the validity period of the incentive to the relevant tax law from which that incentive is drawn. Further, the bill withdraws incentives from a business once the ownership of that business is changed. This will strengthen the incentive regime and reduce incentive shopping behavior among investors. This will also strengthen compliance and monitoring and evaluation of business activities of license, permit or certificate of registration holder. This measure reduces the time that it takes for the holder to request renewal of the license, permit or certificate of registration, and at the point of renewal, the renewal will be subject to the holder proving that they have met the pledges made at the time they applied for the license, permit, or certificate of registration. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the bill, once enacted, will be coordinated by the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry through the Zambia Development Agency. This will involve the formulation and promulgation of regulations through statutory instruments for better carrying out the objects and purpose of the bill. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to thank the House for the opportunity to present this important bill, and I urge members of this Honorable House to support the bill as it will play a pivotal role in contributing to Zambia's national aspiration of becoming a middle and prosperous country by 2030, and improve and strengthen the framework for attracting and promoting domestic and foreign direct investment. I would also like to thank members of the committee for the good work they did in scrutinizing the bill, and also thank the stakeholders for participating in the consultative process. And, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters, the Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters was tasked to scrutinize the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022. This was pursuant to its mandate as set out in the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate from the outset that both the stakeholders who made submissions on the bill and the committee are in support of the proposed piece of legislation. This is because the bill aims to address some of the shortcomings of the Zambia Development Agents Act, especially with regard to fostering domestic-led investment. Mr. Speaker, while supporting the enactment of the bill, the committee wishes to share some of the concerns raised by the stakeholders. The committee notes that Clause 10 seeks to provide for authorization for investors to transfer out of the Republic after payment of taxes and liabilities, dividends, principal and interest of any foreign loan, management fees, royalties and other charges in respect of any agreement, and net proceeds of sale or liquidation of business or any other liabilities. The committee observes that while this provision is one way of attracting investors, it has the potential to destabilize the balance of payments. In this vein, the committee strongly recommends that in order to avoid reverting to extreme measures of control on externalization of profits, the bill should provide additional incentives to investors who do not externalize their profits. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that Clause 11.2a provides for the ZDA to facilitate and protect infant industries, while Clause 11.2h provides that the agency will move towards large and more unified markets in the form of free trade areas, common customs areas, or single markets. The committee opines that it is practically impossible to protect infant industries while at the same time consolidating the larger market. This requires the removal of barriers to trade, which in essence are the safeguards of the infant industry protection. In this regard, the committee recommends that before moving towards large and more unified markets, infant industry protection should be prioritized by invoking all necessary trade protection instruments to nurture and protect local firms to a level where they are able to compete favorably with their peer industries. Mr. Speaker, Clause 21 provides for period of validity of and renewal of license payment for certificate registration, while considering the position of the government that this measure is intended to strengthen compliance in the monitoring and evaluation of business activities, committee is of the view that this is contrary to the desire of government to reduce the cost of doing business. Committee notes that on one hand, the government is talking about reducing the cost of doing business as an incentive to foreign direct investment. On the other, it is increasing the cost by reducing the period of license validity. The committee further observes that one of the challenges that has hampered the growth of investment in Zambia is the weak monitoring and evaluation program administered by the Zambia Development Agency due to various constraints. Key among them is limited funding and human resource. In this regard, committee recommends that the validity period be retained at 10 years and the monitoring capacity for ZDA be enhanced. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that under Clause 35, the Minister responsible for finance, on recommendation of the Director General, may grant an investor who has complied with the terms and conditions of the certificate a license, belief, or exemption from any tax or duty to which the investor is eligible. The committee is of the view that this gives unfettered discretion to the Minister, the agents, and the Director General to grant incentives and is a recipe for abuse of authority. In this vein, committee recommends that all incentives and the criteria for qualifying for them should be consolidated in the schedule that is reflected in the country's national planning and budgeting documents, such as the industrial and trade policies and the annual national budget. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me place on record the committee's gratitude to all the stakeholders for their oral and written submissions on the bill. And further, the committee thanks the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and services rendered to it during the consideration of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable Member for Kanchiviya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kanchiviya would want to support this particular bill on investment, trade, and business development. And in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, allow us to place on record that as a people in Kanchiviya, we are believers in metamorphosis, where a wheelbarrow can turn into an aeroplane, a caterpillar can turn into a butterfly, a small nation can turn into a great nation. Mr. Speaker, 58 years ago, the founders of this country laid what is the Zambian dream a land of work and joy in unity, all one, strong and free. We are seated with a situation where the challenge before us is to create an economy that can create jobs for our people, especially young people. The labor market has no capacity to absorb these jobs. The demographic dividend we're dealing with can become a demographic doom unless we do something that is very drastic. No wonder this particular bill becomes very important in our quest to achieve that dream of a land of work and joy in unity, all one, strong and free. 58 years later, the younger generation of this country would feel as though that dream has been deferred. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to then begin to agree that there comes a time when we must think not just outside the box, but think away from the box. Because the chances are very high that probably the box does not even exist in this endeavor. There's a call for us to focus on the African continental free trade as a country and ensure that there's successful implementation of the Africa continental free trade at national level, so that it also serves as a measure or a bridge between the long-standing problems that countries like Zambia have faced when it comes to having a fragmented market for different products. This particular market, Mr. Speaker, creates a continental-wide market embracing 55 countries. We are talking about 1.3 billion people. We are talking about a market whose value goes up to 3.4 trillion GDP. The question before us and why this bill is important is what is it that we're doing as a country to prepare ourselves for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement so that we avoid becoming that dumping ground of superior products coming from outside this country. Mr. Speaker, one area that potentially we must be looking at and which should create jobs is the pharmaceutical industry. We are standing at a point when Zambia does not produce her own drugs to supply its population, and we depend on imports largely from India, East Africa, and other countries. We ought to focus, as we look at business development and attracting investment to this country, we ought to focus on growing the local capacity in the pharmaceutical industry, as well as attracting or incentivizing those pharmaceutical international companies in India and everywhere to come and set up in this particular country. With these pharmaceutical industries being set up in this country, Mr. Speaker, we'll be creating the jobs that Zambia needs to create. Let me place on record that we can talk about the jobs that would create in the public service, but we also know as a principle that it is ideally not a duty of government to create jobs. Government is to create that enabling environment. And the more and the earlier we migrate to activating and creating that environment for different sectors, the better. If we had a thriving pharmaceutical industry in this country, would create a sort of jobs for our doctors, for our nurses, for lab technicians, etc. Mr. Speaker, there's every need for this government and for this country to invest in research and development to a larger extent. At the moment, the attention we pay to research and development as a country leaves much to be desired. Zambia, Mr. Speaker, was amongst the worst performers in innovation and ranked 122 out of 131 in terms of innovation. And this is by the Global Innovation Index of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. So the low levels of research and development inhibit the levels of collaboration in the pharmaceutical industry as well as any other industry we may wish to thrive in as a country. Mr. Speaker, it's also very important for us to look at some of the low-hanging fruits. For those of us who are coming from rural constituencies, such as Kanchvia and many other rural constituencies, there's a lot of potential for us to venture into crop products such as avocado. Now, neighboring countries such as Tanzania, for an example, exported 11,237 tons of 510 containers worth 33 million US dollars in 2021. There's enormous growth opportunities that are still available in this market. The global market for avocados, Mr. Speaker, is valued at 14.2 billion in 2022, and it's expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 9.1 from 2022 to 2028. This is a low-hanging fruit for Zambia and for those of us who represent rural communities. We speak about the livestock sector, for an example. We have the sort of environment that should allow Zambia to compete with Botswana, that should allow Zambia to compete with Namibia, and we're still lagging behind. There are certain things that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. What lessons are we learning from Botswana, and how have they managed to penetrate the markets they've penetrated? How about Namibia and the markets that they've been able to penetrate? Mr. Speaker, the time is right for us to summon our courage as a nation and agree that it cannot be business as usual. Zambia is strategically positioned, as we all know, and as we have sung. For us to penetrate these markets, the model of engaging the business model ought to change. And we're not just focusing on the local market, we're also looking at the regional market, but also the continental market. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to register that the people of Kanchvia do support this bill. Thank you.
Any further debate? The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Wind-up debate.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the House so very much for the overwhelming support for the bill. I beg to move.
I put up the question. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read the second time.
The Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Mr. Speaker, the committee stage will be taken on the 1st of November, which is Tuesday next week.
Committee stage to be taken on Tuesday next week. Next order.
Supply motion of 30th September 2022, resumption of debate.
When the House was adjourned on Friday, 21st October 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House now do resolve in Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Mansa Central. I should also remind the honorable members that today, 25th, is the last day for backbenchers. Ministers, thereafter, ministers will be expected to respond to the concerns that were raised during the debate. The honorable member continue.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. On 30th September 2022, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Stumbeko Sokotwani, presented the 2023 budget address anchored on the theme Stimulating Economic Growth for Improved Livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspectives on the motion on the floor. Honorable Minister, I congratulate you for presenting your second successive budget in the life of the 13th National Assembly, and as usual, your pitch befitted your status of an internationally acclaimed economist. Honorable Minister, I will begin by referring to your part one of the budget address. You identified three notable factors that slowed down economic growth in the previous year: the Russia-Ukraine war, the partial lockdowns in China attributed to COVID, and the tight financial regulations in strong economies. Let me draw your attention particularly to the second factor, the lockdowns in China attributable to COVID-19. What are the emerging lessons that we have learned? We have learned that the budget must be resilient to accommodate the shocks that may come with public health emergencies. I am expectant, therefore, that your budget will incorporate public health security measures to accommodate the possibility of a recurrence of COVID-19 or indeed any other public health emergency. Modern budgeting systems include measures that consider the big possibility of public health epidemics or pandemics. You will need to anchor on the opportunity that we have in Zambia. The Zambia National Public Health Act was passed in 2020 and provides for the establishment of the Public Health Emergency Fund. If you resource that fund, you are saying the country is then on high alert in terms of surveillance to detect possible outbreaks. Preparedness will be enhanced and the response will be adequate. The budget is audibly silent on public health emergency, and I appeal to you to resource the Public Health Emergency Fund so that you can instill confidence in investors that in the event of shocks such as Ebola, COVID, or indeed any other incidents of public health emergencies, you'll be able to respond appropriately. Honorable Minister, I want to emphasize that in 2018, when COVID outbreak hit the globe, there were countries that had already started preparing for epidemics, informed by what happened in West Africa when there was an Ebola outbreak. Economies were growing at the rate of 12%, and they regressed to negative growth. The African Union made a decision to establish the Africa Center for Disease Control and encouraged countries to establish public health institutes to ensure that they institutionalized public health security. So resource the National Public Health Institute and let it be pitched high in your budget. Honorable Minister, I'll conclude on that point by agreeing with you that yes, economies shrunk And if you look at the IMF data, it actually showed that there was reduced growth in terms of GDP from 6.5 to about 35%, from 3.1 to about 6.5% because of COVID-19. And if you look at discretionary support expenditure, low-income countries spent up to 6.5%, higher-income countries spent up to 35% of their GDP because they didn't prepare, and no one expected COVID to happen. So we need to emphasize the need for us to invest in health security to protect your economic reconstruction program. Honorable Minister, on page 30, on human and social development, you spoke about health being wealth. And you did pick out 3 fundamentals: human resource for health, infrastructure, and medicines. I would have been happier if you included healthcare financing. NIMA is a very important healthcare financing tool, and it's a matter that you need to pay attention to. It has removed the need for out-of-pocket payment and is actually a very important aspect of universal health coverage. Honorable Minister, on drugs, you have increased the expenditure on drugs. But I want to remind you that even last year, you had increased the expenditure on medicines, but we have not seen your return on that investment. Hospitals today don't have laboratory reagents, they don't have medicines on the shelves, and this translates, as you've rightly put it in your budget speech, into loss of lives. If you don't have laboratory reagents, it means that all your medical emergencies, such as diabetic ketoacidosis, hypertensive crisis, hypertension in pregnancy, women who actually fit develop eclampsia, result in late diagnosis and even death. It is an urgent imperative for you to ensure that your investment in health translates into availability of medicines on the shelves. Otherwise, the toll on human life is worrisome. Honorable Minister, on infrastructure, I am happy that you have emphasized the need to complete infrastructure that was started by the previous government. And I'm emphasizing complete because I want to respond to the Honorable Minister of Education, because he has repeatedly said there should be social shame. These people didn't do anything. The Minister of Finance has said completing, meaning that he's acknowledging that there was construction that was commenced. And that's why he talked about completing 16 mini hospitals. It means that there were 99 already done. Completing 1 specialist hospital, meaning that 5 were already done. Completing 83 health posts, meaning that 600, less than 650, 83 less 650 were already done. So, Honorable Minister, I'm impressed that you are investing in infrastructure. I'll conclude by emphasizing that your tone for universal health coverage must be based on resilient health systems and ensure that you fix the supply chain. Because supply chain today in this country is collapsed. And because the supply chain is collapsed, the health system is collapsed. Ensure that you save lives and push towards universal health coverage by fixing all the fundamentals of universal health coverage. I support your budget.
The Honourable Member for Chavuma.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the wonderful people of Chavuma to contribute on the motion on the floor of the House, the budget for 2023. Honorable Minister of Finance, the people of Chavuma want to congratulate you for presenting such a wonderful budget, and their confidence is coming from the performance of the 2022 national budget. Mr. Speaker, you would agree with me that going through the statistics from 2021, from 2016, I became a member of parliament, to 2021, the budget under the Patriotic Front Party, the releases to the provinces and other spending agencies were not the way it was in the UPND national budget for 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that the budget the Honorable Minister of Finance presented before this House is going to yield good results for the people of Zambia. It was not the case in the previous governments to see a budget presented to the House and finances being released accordingly. In the 2022 budget, Mr. Speaker, what was budgeted for the people of Zambia, a very good percentage of resources was given to ministries. And it is only good when a government is performing, people should stand up and say congratulations and thank you. Because at their time, when some of our colleagues here who'd want to show themselves to be stars, they praised a budget which did not perform. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when the people of Chavuma are on the floor of the House to contribute to this important motion on the floor of the House, the spirits do not enjoy to be disturbed when they are presenting the people of Chavuma. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance and the UPND government for taking on board what the members from the Patriotic Front Party and the other opposition political parties in this House, they have submitted. Because on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, during their budgets, they told us that where they came from, all the roads were tarred. There was water. Everything was okay. But now when we have presented our budget as UPND, this is when they are telling us to say we are in trouble. But I understand our Honorable Minister of Finance, he is going to deliver according to what they are complaining about, because we as a UPND government, we are not looking at a region or a district. Ours is to look at Zambia as a country. Mr. Speaker, the financial management by the Honorable Minister of Finance and his team has resulted UPND to gain a lot of confidence to the outside world. Because everyone is able to see the IMF bailout, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues failed to do it. The whole team put it together. All their brains put it together. They failed to gain confidence from the outside world. So, Honorable Minister of Finance, the people of Chavuma would want to thank you for ensuring that Zambia today is on the world map. Every person around the world is talking good about Zambia. This is because the management put in place by President Hakainde Hichilema and his executive are men and women whose interest is to develop the Republic of Zambia. Mr. Speaker, the people of Chavuma are very much expectant from the 2023 budget. In 2022, all my schools have been receiving grants, Mr. Speaker. All my heads of departments have been receiving what belongs to them. And now, in 2023, Honorable Minister of Finance, we want the Chieke-Chingi Road to be tarred, because that is an international road. We want the Rainbow Road from Chavuma West Bank, connecting Zambia's West Bank, to be worked on, so that our people can move their produce nicely, unlike the situation now. We understand that we took over an economy which was in ICU, and we had a lot of COVID around our country, but putting the economy where it is today, Honorable Minister of Finance, job well done. And the people of Chavuma, Mr. Speaker, we have got all the confidence that the Honorable Minister of Finance and his team, they are going to overcome the 2023 budget. 5 years I was in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I only received 2.5 million for CDF. Under UPND government, Mr. Speaker, I have got 32 capital projects under construction in my constituency. So if someone would think that the people of Zambia will turn their back on President Hakainde Hichilema and the team, then they are wasting their time. By the way, allow me, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude my debate, to congratulate the UPND government for winning Kabushi, for winning Kwacha. People thought that UPND was going to fail to win those 2 seats. Now we have shown them how politics are done, and you will continue to do it so that you can know that you are competing with a team which can laugh with you, on the other hand, laugh with you nicely. Congratulations to the UPND government. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask the people of Zambia to rally behind His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. He's doing very well with his team of ministers and Minister of Finance especially. On that note, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you for this opportunity.
There's a point of order. Honorable Member for Chieng.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chenge to stand on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the previous, or the one who has just finished debating, he's been talking about the former budget not to be actualized by not the funds being released. Mr. Speaker, and he has said the current budget 2021-2022 has been fulfilled. As I stand here, Mr. Speaker, Chiengi has not received the full CDF. Therefore, is the honorable who was on the floor saying the truth according to the standing order number 65? Is he in order to be misleading the nation? In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, there are schools in Chiengi which have never received any grant, the community schools. So I want to know which budget he's referring to. I need your serious ruling on this one, because we do not have this money he's talking about. I thank you.
Thank you. Your point of order is dismissed because you didn't even cite which standing orders have been breached. So thank you. Let's make progress. Didn't hear you though. Okay, okay, if you said so, but honorable member, which month is this? We are in October.
We are in the fourth quarter, Mr. Speaker, and we've only received half of the monies that we're supposed to receive. So he's not being factual, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
thank you.
You may take your seat. I think according to my calendar, we still have 2 more months. The year hasn't ended yet. Let's make progress. The honorable member from Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this chance to just make some few comments on this wonderful budget. Indeed, actually, I'm elected to speak about the CDF before I go to anything else. The people of Mufumbwe, Honorable Mr. Speaker, they are very happy with the CDF that we received. And we have continued receiving it. And we are actually, they even told me yesterday I was celebrating with them actually the independence.
for the first time, when you could see people smiling. It is like this is a new independence, actually. Zambia has been liberated for the second time. So the message that I'm going to speak about is just the message which came from the people of Mufumbwe. The finance minister, the people of Mufumbwe are happy, very happy with this budget. The reason why they are happy, because it is able to answer their problems. The previous one answered their problems. And it is like people were not expecting such amounts of money in terms of CDF. But however, we are getting used and we are absorbing part of this money. And it has done wonders. You may be aware, Mr. Speaker, that there have been a lot of government assurances that have never been actualized. A lot of things were promised in our constituencies. For those that were not here, we had members of parliament actually standing on the floor of the house when we are on that side. Some of them went even to an extent of crying because what was promised by the government was not done. However, things have just changed. I never saw any member of parliament here standing wanting to cry. But the other one, like the other one who stood my brother there, the other day, Mr. Speaker, through you, he was stopped from dancing because of this actual budget and the UPND government. This is actually what is happening now. Finance Minister, sir, we are very happy that you have promised the people of Zambia again, even after employing so many, 30,000 teachers, you still want to employ some more. And even those that you employed, most of them actually are now getting even salaries. One of my nieces, who was employed by this government, for the first time, she even bought me a shirt. This is actually progress. And I said, this one here, as you can see.
I'm a witness.
So now, you have promised the people of Zambia that you are going to employ again 4,500. This one actually is so good. And the people of Mufumbwe are saying, please, this is what we wanted. And also, in the same note, yesterday when we were hosting actually the independence celebrations, our old retired people, they were appreciating it. Some of them have even started getting their money, their retirement packages. And in this budget, you have even promised that waiting for so long, it will be for the thing of the past. It will be just within 3 months, they can get their retirement packages. Now, what are we looking for? This is the best thing that we wanted, and it is answering our problems. Also, when you look at the mining, some of the things that you have come up with, like in Mufumbwe, we've got a lot of minerals. And also you are promising that even the small-scale miners are going to be helped with funds. Indeed, this is a very good thing. We are looking forward actually to empowering the people of Mufumbwe. And as you know, as you may be aware, Mufumbwe is endowed with a lot of mineral resources. So if you are going to empower and give licenses to the local people of Mufumbwe, I think this is also going to change the lives of the people of Mufumbwe. Then the other thing that I want to talk about is that in terms of energy, we are looking forward that those other schools like Kashima West, Kashima East are also given the electricity. We have seen that in your budget, that is there and it is going to answer to those issues. When we look into education, you have proposed that at least you are going to construct 56 early childhood centers. The people of Mufumbwe are saying, we have got quite a good number of children now. As you may be aware, Mufumbwe is productive in everything. Even in terms of children, we have got a lot of children who need this education. So we are also asking actually that you give us one of these centers. And I also want to report to you, Honorable Minister, that the CDF has done wonders. Yesterday I was at Kakundwe Primary School, where I went to check the progress that has been made. That is a school which has been there for a long time. But for the first time when I went to Kakundwe, I found one school is completed and I have pictures for that school. So this is actually a good job, well done, at Kakundwe Primary School. Also, Honorable Mr. Speaker, why should he question me when I'm talking about the progress for CDM, for Kakundwe Primary School? Also, we have the only boarding secondary school in Mufumbwe, which was started a long time ago. Now, when the minister came here, he promised that some resources have been allocated so that those boarding secondary schools are completed. The people of Mufumbwe are actually very happy that the only boarding secondary school, which is also going to help the issues to do with child marriages, is going to be completed. I think this is a very good news for the people of Mufumbwe. Not only that, you have also gone further to promise that you are going to build 115 more secondary schools. And the people of Mufumbwe are expecting 2 more secondary schools. No wonder I can even join the member of parliament who wanted to dance, except that we don't allow to dance people here. We are very happy, sir. Also, we are also happy that we are going to construct the mini hospitals, and the mini hospitals that we are going to construct, the people of Mufumbwe are looking forward so that they are considered, because we have got only one hospital. We are looking forward so that you give us one mini hospital, which is also going to help us to sort out some of these problems. Not only that, the only maternity ward at Mufumbwe Health Center is in a very bad state. We are looking forward that in this budget, we are also going to benefit. With those few remarks, I wish to agree and support this budget. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bahati. If the Honorable Member for Bahati is not coming forth, we will now allow 2 provincial ministers that have indicated that they want to speak. I think they're trying to take advantage of backbenchers that have already spoken, most of them. So we'll start with the Honorable Minister of Central Province.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get to my contribution, let me also congratulate my counterpart from Copperbelt, the Honorable Minister of Copperbelt, for the victory in Kwacha constituency, and in Ndola for having come out victorious. Congratulations, Honorable Minister. We have taught certain people that elections are not won in the courts of law, but on the ground. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute on behalf of Central Province to the budget speech which was delivered by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwani, on the 30th September 2022. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the people of Central Province are really pleased and excited with the socio-economic achievements made by the new Dawn government administration in its first 1 year in office. Mr. Speaker, these achievements have not only manifested into job creation by the public and private sectors, but also renewed hope and optimism arising from the good governance environment that has been created by the government. We wish also to congratulate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for the successful launch of the 8th National Development Plan, which was launched this year. As I get to the budget for 2023, Mr. Speaker, the 2023 national budget presents another illustration on how the government wants to achieve economic transformation centered in key economic sectors. And in our province, we are looking sectors like mining, agriculture, and tourism. We are particularly pleased with the announcement of the establishment of mining regulatory body, because this is critical in the restoration of order in the mining sector, especially in our province. We really wish to appreciate government for coming up with these interventions to control and streamline the mining activities in the country. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, Central Province has witnessed increased investment in mining and mining processing. However, this has not been devoid of challenges such as illegal mining and under-declaration or under-reporting of minerals production. This has been the trend, Mr. Speaker, from the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, because of these interventions that the New Dawn government is putting in place in the mining sector, as provincial administration, we are really stand ready to support all the activities in the province. We wish to say that we will continue collaborating with the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development in streamlining mining activities in the province. Mr. Speaker, with the establishment of the mining regulatory body, we are confident that our region will, in a meaningful way, contribute to economic transformation through job creation, increased exports, and strong value chain credentials in the mining sector. We are also happy to realize that the government has plans to assist artisanal and small-scale miners to access affordable capital, as well as support partnership with potential foreign investors through joint ventures. This, we know, Mr. Speaker, is going to help us as a province to contribute to the national economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the provincial administration will continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, mining cooperatives in the province, and all mining entities in order to deliver on this important government commitment. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains the economic mainstay of Central Province with significant production of diverse crops across all the districts. Mr. Speaker, you may wish to know that for the past few farming seasons, Central Province has been ranked first in all major crops and contributes almost 50% to the national yield. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the announcements that the FISIP will be reformed to include extension service support, irrigation development, access to support to finance, support to value addition, and storage and logistics is good news to our farmers in Central Province, because it will further boost their production levels. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the transformation of Farmer Input Support Program to Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, CASIP, will respond to the wider needs of the farming community of our province. Therefore, I would like to assure the Minister of Finance that the provincial administration will support every effort by the Minister of Agriculture aimed at ensuring better targeting and equity in the provision of subsidies and services, as well as scrutinizing the beneficiaries in detail to ensure that only the targeted and deserving people receive the subsidized inputs. We are also grateful, Mr. Speaker, as a province, the introduction of farm blocks development in the country, this has excited the people in Central Province. We have got in mind, Mr. Speaker, the Nansanga farm block in Serenje district that has been there for the past 15 years, yet it has not achieved its purpose. In this regard, we are thrilled, Mr. Speaker, by the announcement by the Minister that the government has secured 300 million United States dollars from the World Bank for the development of farm blocks, such as Nansanga farm block, as part of efforts aimed at reviving farm block development in the country and in our province. Therefore, I would like to assure you that the provincial administration will support every effort to revive the farming block development. Mr. Speaker, Central Province is excited with the Constituency Development Fund program under the new Dawn government. I want to report that, Mr. Speaker, as Central Province, the Ministry of Finance was able to release 109 million kwacha for the first quarter across all the constituencies in the province, and also released another 109 million kwacha in the second phase in the whole province. And all the constituencies in the province, Mr. Speaker, have received this money, and this, we call it as a game changer for the province. We are equally excited, Mr. Speaker, that this government, the new Dawn government, has continued to consider CDF as a game changer and has again increased the amount allocated under CDF from 25.7 million to 28.3 million. This has excited, Mr. Speaker, the people of Central Province. As I conclude, I want to assure the members here of unwavering support from the people in Central Province on the 2023 national budget to deliver on the government's economic transformation agenda. To many people, Mr. Speaker, the 2023 national budget bears a hallmark of a clear roadmap towards economic emancipation of the nation and its people. In other words, we are saying in Central Province, no one is going to remain behind because there is everything for everyone to share under this budget. We congratulate the Honorable Minister and the government at large. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Northwestern Province.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the budget address which was given by Honorable Musokswani on the 30th of September. First of all, we want to say thank you very much to him, his team, and to the President, because the budget that they have presented addresses all the concerns of the citizens of this country. And most importantly, they were able upfront to put the enemies of progress in their right places, because for so many years, they failed to get the IMF bailout package, but when the minister and his colleagues managed to get it, they went around saying that there will be employment freeze, the FISIP will be done away with. Yet, the minister has demonstrated that contrary to what the doomsayers were saying, they were far off the mark. And this is the sort of capacity this country has missed for so many years. And it also shows why the UPND government puts a lot of value on education. Because with educated people, you cannot be handling issues on impulse. You handle issues on the basis of facts, and even when you meet your colleagues, you are able to convince them. And the reason why a lot of people were wishing ill of the IMF package was because they were still operating in the past. And we are no longer in the past. We are now in the new dawn. Mr. Speaker, it is illustrative that within 1 year of being in office, the new dawn government has achieved a lot in terms of meeting conditions for economic transformation by stabilizing the inflation rate, exchange rate, and working aggressively towards debt restructuring with support from cooperating partners. You can only do this, Mr. Speaker, if you have capacity and not just pontificating along the way. So we want to say thank you to the colleagues because they have made us proud. They have made us appreciate that there is more to politics than what we used to hear and what we used to see. Mr. Speaker, today I've seen a list of members of parliament who have asked for permission to sit for CDF meetings. And they come across both sides of the aisle. We never used to see this before. And so if there was any demonstration of how good this is what is there, because the management has a list of the people who have asked for permission. And so we cannot be told that there's no money. People will not be sitting if there were no money. There's money. The only people who are failing to utilize their position are those people who don't know what they ought to do. The people who know what to do, they are doing that. Mr. Speaker, we also want to thank the minister and his colleagues for undertaking in the 2023 budget on completing high schools, which were abandoned by the previous governments as far back as 12 years ago. Mr. Speaker, this is very important for Western Province because in Western Province we had a number of schools, Libonda Secondary School, Mitete Boarding School, Nalolo Boarding School, and Limonga Day School. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this government has indicated that in 2023, they will commence construction of another 120 new secondary schools, which means that we are walking the talk in the context that we want the people, the children to be educated, and out of educated the population, that is where you get progress and not darkness and ignorance. As a methodological government, Mr. Speaker, we are now looking at ensuring that our children are provided with quality education. And to this effect, Mr. Speaker, we are also grateful to note that in the budget for 2023, they have provided for standards compliance personnel to be visiting the schools. And this is what we missed for a long time. And with this sort of approach, we are sure that education now will be provided at the right stage. What is important also, Mr. Speaker, is to bear in mind that all this sits on our manifesto, Mr. Speaker, that we will bring development to all areas in an equitable manner. And this is what makes it to be very good. For Western Province, Mr. Speaker, we are also thankful and happy that in the tourism sector, this government in the new year will pay attention to the Liuwa National Park, which has been neglected for so many years. And it's our hope and prayer that with the sort of approach the minister and his colleagues have taken, Western Province should move away from the doldrums and start achieving areas required like other areas are progressing. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful to see that the releases for the various commitments which were made last year have been achieved. And even in the FISIP for this year, Western Province was among the first few provinces which have started receiving fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. This never used to happen, and we are very happy with the Minister of Agriculture for showing competences at that level. With those few words, Mr. Chairman, we are very thankful for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The acting Oh, there's one who has indicated again. You can go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a very, very serious point of order. Is this House, Mr. Speaker, in order to continue debating on this motion with only 4 members of PF seated in this House? Are we in order to continue, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I need your serious ruling. I thank you.
No. Order. We are in order to continue because there's a quorum. However, I think it's the duty of the whips for PF to be able to do their job, because Zambians are watching out there that voted for PF. So they expect them to be in the House. Thank you. The lead of government business adjournment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Order. The question is that the House now do adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Right, business has closed with a debate on the motion of supply. Western Province Minister Honorable Kapela Mbangweta making his contribution to the motion of supply, and business has since closed until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 26th of October, 2022.
Time now to look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House starting at 14:30 hours. We did have an announcement by Mr. Speaker. He did inform the House that the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development has been authorized to conduct a half-day workshop for all members of Parliament on the progress made in executing the Ministry's mandate of fostering the growth and development of cooperatives and small and medium enterprises. The workshop will be held on Thursday, 27th October 2022 from 8:30 to 12:30 hours in the Amphitheatre Parliament building. And the Speaker did say that although attendance is on a voluntary basis, honourable members are encouraged to attend this important program.
After that, we had a ruling in which Honorable Mr. Speaker indicated and reminded the House that on Wednesday, 5th October 2022, when the House was considering the motion of supply, and Mr. K.A. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali, was on the floor of the House. Mr. George, we are Member of Parliament for Ron, raised a point of order, and in his point of order, Mr. Chiwe asked whether Ambassador Robert Kalimi, MP, was in order to insult him, and he indicated that in his immediate response to the point of order, he reserved his ruling to a later date, and of course he rendered his ruling and indicated that after reviewing the verbatim record, revealed that Mr. George Weir, in raising his point of order, did not cite the relevant standing order that had been breached by Ambassador Kalimi as required by Standing Order 131.3, and on that basis, the point of order was not admissible.
After that, we did have two ministerial statements. In the first one, the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Mutolo Piri, did make a ministerial statement on the status of the 2022 crop marketing season.
The second statement was made by the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and this was as a result of a matter of urgent public importance that was raised by two members of Parliament, and the first one was on the state of the bridge across the Makondo stream in Zambezi East, and the second was on the state of the stretch on the road between Serenje and Pika. So the 2 points of order, matters of public agent importance, was raised by Zambia's East Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kambita, and the second one by Kanchibia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sandicha.
After those ministerial statements, the House went on to consider two questions for one's understanding order number 74. In the first question, Mr. Chibuyo of Mukushi North did ask the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to expand the mortuary capacity at Mukushi District Hospital, and in response, the Minister of Health, the Honorable Masebo, did say that government has no plans to expand the mortuary capacity at Mukushi District Hospital, and the MP wanted to find out when the plans will be implemented. In response, the Minister did say that currently there are no plans as the current mortuary is providing the needed services. And in the other part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out why this is so, and the Minister did say that there are no such plans because the existing mortuary is able to contain bodies there. So that's question 76, understanding order number 74.
Right, and Mr. Simon Zingili, Gwembe Member of Parliament, did pose a second question, and this also was directed to the Minister of Health, wanting to find out the government had any plans to procure ambulances for health facilities in Gwembe District, and this Gwembe District Hospital, Munyumbwe Level 1 Hospital, and Chawawoma Mission Health Center. And with this regard, the Minister did inform the House that the government has plans to procure ambulances for all health centers or for various health facilities in the country that do not have adequate ambulance facilities, and in this procurement process, Gwembe will benefit. And he did also inform the House that the procurement of ambulances will be done in a phased approach. With regards to when the plans will be implemented, the Minister has informed the House that these plans will be implemented by the end of the year 2022. With regards to the cost of each ambulance, the Minister did inform the House that the procurement process is currently still going on, and the cost will only be known when the process is concluded.
Thereafter, the House considered the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2022. It did come at second reading stage. It has passed this stage, and committee stage will be taken on the 1st of November next week on Tuesday.
Right, and the House then moved on to consider the motion of supply, with the debate opening with Mansa Central Member of Parliament, Dr. Stalo Chilufya. Others who contributed to this motion include Chavuma Member of Parliament, Mr. Victor Lumai. We also have had Mr. Elliot Kamondo, Mufumbe Member of Parliament, who made his contribution, as well as Central Province Minister, Honorable Credo Nanjua, and business has closed with Honorable Capello Mbangweta, Western Province Minister, making his contribution, and the House has since adjourned.
And that note brings us to the end of today's live parliamentary proceedings. We'd like to thank you for your time. From all of us here, it's bye-bye. Take care and God bless.